Oh, this is space. I'm in space. Oh, this is space. I'm in space. Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Hello? 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 Oh, I hate baloney! Who are you? It's me. It's me, your friend. Guy. Yo. How you doing?
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Hokey, thank you for all the subs. He gifted a sub to Hokey Pokey. That's fine. That's fine. Somebody has a case of the...
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Mondays. Hello? Look what you got over the weekend. Cool. That's nice. The lunar roving vehicle. Watched that movie yesterday. Which one? Oh, Office Space.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Do this and you don't get pre-rolls. People I just threw money at. Hit F5. Okay, you love those big emotes, huh? Good morning.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
How's everybody doing? Car update. I took the headlight
Discovery,
bezels
go at
apart.
throttle up.
The white one is the old one. Whoa. Double resub. What does it mean? I took the headlight bezel apart and
Discovery, go at throttle up.
on the Camaro, and it's not I thought it wasn't good, but it's not good. It's not good. Found out that Cyberus is resurrecting DCX and they've already done static fires.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hibita? Okay. Who is this? Who are these people? Where do these people come from? Chosen one, tier 273 month resub. Thank you. What? Yeah. This might be loud. I don't know.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Huh. Noi terze parti selezionali raccogliamo informazioni personali utilizzo cookie o tecnologie simili per finalità tecnica. Yeah. Con il consento anche per la finalità di funzionalità esperienza misurazioni e marketing con annunci personalizzati. I refuse. Have you seen Raptor 3? Yeah. Gorlami. Scusi. Come? Rejectamundo! Mucho. Nodders. Nodders. Who are you? Kind of lift capacity. I'm not entirely sure. Cyberus Space Dynamics, we're committed to making accessibility and afford. Okay. Our launch vehicles designed to be user-friendly, reliable, and
Discovery,
okay.
go at throttle up. Pop, 57-month reset. Windows! Is it true that there's a possibility of Viper program coming back? I haven't heard anything. I do have to sneeze, though. It's a turbocharger. They're doing this with 1.5 million euro seed funding. Yeah. Jim May has a sequel, and it's a banger. Oh, yeah. Yeah. NASA has not held a media briefing on Starliner CFT in 11 days. This is unreal given that it is a test flight and there are huge questions about how this mission will end. In absence of official information, I will continue to provide updates on what I am hearing from people involved in the program. Some of it is truly eye-raising. Bro, the only eye-raising thing here is you. Maybe if the same question didn't get asked 9 times straight at every press conference, then there would be more then they would be more useful than the updates being put out in text. It also avoids blatant mischaracterizations of everything the PMs. I like Jim. Jim's all right. Jim's cool. I'd love to talk to that guy. You know, an actual engineer, not a meteorologist. So Raptor 3, huh? What do you think? Yeah, let's get on to more practical matters. Morning, boss. Another KSP day, I see. Yeah, there was some, dude, there's some stuff Discovery,
over the
go at throttle
weekend. Dax, what do you got for me?
Check this out. Pretty cool project. otespace.cz. Checking the sky. Daxed. No. I hate them. I am not checking this out at all. I'm doing the opposite of this. I am doing the opposite of this. No, I'm not scrolling for more. I want to look at Raptor. Jeepers creepers, man. It's so bad. Ah, don't do that. Stop it. Oh my God. Stop. This game is so bad. Oh my God. Oh, all right. Raptor 3, sea level variant. 280 tons force, 350 seconds specific impulse, 1,500 kilograms. Engine plus vehicle side commodities and hardware mass 17. That's it is missing some hardware. Yeah. Guys, there's bosses on the methane turbine impeller. See the bosses right there? So okay, bosses are if you have a casting, something that's threaded into a boss is like a chunk of meat in the casting where you thread something into or plug something into. There are bosses on the methane pump that see them right there. That's why SpaceX included the 1720 because that's included with thrust vector controller. See the TVC and the gimbal is not there. See what I'm talking about? The gimbal. So okay, all right. Here, check this out. You see those threads on those bolts are extremely long, right? That's because that's where the gimbal goes. Your gimbal needs to mount to that. Also note that there's spaces in the bolts, meaning you have edges like this and edges like this. There's spaces in between because that's where your gimbal goes and your thrust vector controller is right here. I will say that is a chunky flange right there. Or well, it's actually, I mean, that'd be a clevis, right? A clevis for the Heim joint right there. That's beefy. That is very beefy. This engine has a lot of thrust. I could tell you just by that. That is a beefy thrust vector controller, clevis. The Dinglebop joint. Okay, guys, not to dump on the hype train, but okay, here's my thing. So it's very clear that SpaceX is moving. Elon has that thing for eliminating flanges. Now, Rocket Guy, you correct me if I'm wrong here. Okay, so if you're going to do that, if you're going to eliminate flanges, and it looks like they're overcoming that by casting a lot of parts together. So instead of having like a separate component here, so okay, let's take that preheater right there. That's what that is. It's a preheater. It's clearly one piece now, right? So the preheater is upstream somewhere. It's somewhere else. So that means they built the preheater into the casting. Another really easy way to tell this is, well, that flange that is there has way more bolts. So that means the preheater's upstream. More bolts needs to hold something together that's more powerful, like a big hot explosion, right? If I'm looking at this right, keep in mind, guys, I have a superfluous level of propulsion. Like it's not, I don't know what everything does on this. I know that that's an avionics package. That's your methane turbine assembly. That's your oxidizer turbine assembly. I'm not the best at this. I'm pretty sure that's a preheater for the film cooling, for nozzle film cooling, I think. Turbo pump exhaust is also integrated now. Exactly. Now, Rocket Guy, okay, the point that I'm trying to get at is that, okay, these engines, if I'm looking at this right, they wanted to complicate the manufacturing process so the engine is very simple. Like, I mean, I don't even know if that's complicating it. But the thing that I'm trying to get at is that if you're integrating components together in castings like that, this thing's going to be really hard to work on. But knowing SpaceX, these engines are probably way over-engineered. That is pretty heavy for the size of the engine. I mean, that's a heavy engine. 1,500 kilos right there. That's 3,300 pounds. That's weighs about as much as my pickup truck. That is a very, 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 very heavy engine for its size. Now, don't get me wrong. It makes up for it because 300 bar chamber pressure. Like, it really makes up for it. It's very heavy for its size, but despite being super heavy for its size, its power to weight ratio is absurd. The TWR is insane. It is really, really high. But if I'm looking at this right, a lot of components are all cast together in certain components in an effort to eliminate flanges to get the performance that they need. There's always a trade-off with engineering, guys. Always. So the trade-off is that motor's probably harder to work on. If something does go wrong, it's probably a pain in the butt to take it apart. You probably have to take the entire thing apart if something goes wrong. I mean, actually, looking at that, if something goes wrong, it's probably just going to void itself. With mass production, if something goes wrong, just switch out the engine. Bingo. Yeah, that's, I mean, it's awesome. Don't get me wrong. It's just, there's always a trade-off. I'm just wondering what trade-offs SpaceX was willing to make. And Rocket Guy, you pretty much proved it right there. If they're mass producing these motors, doesn't matter. Something goes wrong with one, you're getting no downtime. Just replace it. Built for mass production, not for maintenance. Yep. It's just interesting. Tone Dog, I think you guys are honed in on it. I mean, that motor's probably going to be extremely difficult to work on, like I said, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. The motor's designed to just work. So my guess is that this thing has a shelf life, only so many firings before you got to swap it out anyway. But instead of swapping it out, or instead of like working on it, they probably just scrap it and put another one in. If I had to guess, there's probably a shelf life on these. Yeah, also 570 Raptors almost. I would say that, but the meme number's there. Also, I want to point out that Raptor 1 in this design has the nozzle is copper oxidized because it's been just sitting outside. I never thought I'd see the day. Just rocket engines sitting outside. It's just been sitting outside. It's fine. Awesome to see the iterative optimization so quickly. We have nothing else to compare this to, showing a very clear generational change between designs. B4 is the closest, but it is still at Raptor 1 stage. I mean, Rocket Guy, this just goes back to what I was saying, dudes. Like, it goes back to what I was saying. Like, I'm not trying to take SpaceX down a peg or two. I'm just mentioning that motor might be hard to work on. But if you're going to make 7,000 of them, it really doesn't matter. But the big point that I'm trying to get at is no one's ever done this. We're in uncharted territory here. You know, like we like to use the, late 60s, the golden era of spaceflight as kind of a datum for how we measure our space program's success. We haven't, that sometimes that golden thing is like going back to the moon. Now, don't get me wrong, like we haven't gone back to the moon, but also the Apollo engineers wish they had something like this. You wish you had something like Raptor 3. You wish you had 500 engines, 500 of any engine. Like Von Braun would be salivating over this. He'd be like SpaceX is in uncharted territory, guys. This is, Rocket, it's a very good point. No one's ever done this. Dude. Name another engine that has 570. The only thing I can even think of is an RD-107. Soyuz engines. and an RD-108. That's the only thing I can even think of that comes close to that type of production. They definitely didn't make that many shuttle engines. Less than 50. Less than 50 RS-25s. Because they were designed to be reused, right? Do you think Flight 5 will still launch this month? Maybe. Maybe. Why does Tori hate SpaceX so much? Milan, I don't think he does. I think people are getting up Tori Bruno's tail end about stuff, and I think he's starting to get a little annoyed with it. Everybody barks up that guy's tree when he, you know, he said people like ask him constantly, like, why aren't you like SpaceX? And he goes, because our name is ULA and not SpaceX. And then they're like, well, you're not like SpaceX, so you suck. And he's like, I don't though. I'm trying to make do with what I have, guys. And everybody's like, you're not like SpaceX, you suck. Your photography policy sucks. It's like, okay. Hey Christian, what's going on, man? ICBMs have engines, yeah, but if you want to compare it to ICBM production, that's fine. But most ICBMs nowadays from most countries are solid rockets. We've never seen liquid rocket. I should have clarified. My bad. We've never seen liquid fuel rocket production like this, let alone a full flow stage combustion cycle. No one's ever produced this many motors. I mean, even Merlin. You know, there's been what? I think Falcon 9's up to like serial number 1080. So take it, you know, like not even taking into account that SpaceX might reuse engines. That's 80 Falcon 9 first stages that have been manufactured over the years, 80 plus, right? You know, if each one of those has 9 Merlin engines, that's 720 Merlin engines. And then not even including second stage flights. SpaceX has flown, what, like 400 missions? So, I mean, Merlin's, you know, if you count Merlin Vacuum and Merlin 1D, they've been in, their production is in 4 figures all day. It's crazy that Raptor's almost at 600 for Raptor 2. Raptor is approaching Merlin 1D levels of production, which is crazy. That's absolutely absurd. Lux doesn't like to stay in a bunker for 60 years. That's why they retired Atlas D and Atlas E missiles for Titan 1 and Titan 2, because they used hypergalls, and then even Titan 1 and Titan 2 were kept on as a retaliatory strike weapon until the 80s, where they were just like, nah, make everything solid rockets. Is the Merlin the most mass-produced rocket motor ever? I don't think, no. It's the RD-107 and the RD-108, Hokie, by a long shot. Thousands of Soyuz have been launched. And you got to keep in mind, so that's 1,000 Soyuz. Every one of those thousands of Soyuz launch has 1 RD-108 and 4 RD-107s. That's well in almost 5,000 motors. Yeah, they've made more. SpaceX is, but your prescription eyeglasses. But SpaceX has, if you look at the last 10 years of production, yeah, SpaceX has produced way more than NPO and Ergomash. Like, way more. Yeah, Dax, they're an unexplored, dude. This is uncharted territory, dude. we've never seen anything like this. Like I said, the Apollo program wishes they made this many motors. It's frankly absurd. I don't really have anything else to say. That's just kind of you're breathtaking. That these numbers here in such a short iteration of time. It just 28, so 280 pounds of force, or tons of force, excuse me, 280 pounds, nice, 280 tons of force. That's what, 2,800 kilonewtons? That's ridiculous for methane, first of all. 350-second specific impulse is ridiculous. And the engine is 1,500 kilos. The 1525 is 33, pushing 3,400 pounds. That weighs as much as a regular car. Now go look and see how much like an RS-25 or a Raptor 1 or a BE-4 weighs. It's absurd. It's ridiculous. Like I said, that engine is heavy for its size, but it makes up for it with overwhelming force. Because you're not expecting 2,800 kilonewtons out of an engine that big. That's frankly a ridiculous triumph of material science. Like, it's crazy. Would you play KSP with a mod that adds this exact engine to the game? Raptor's kind of cheating, homing. It's kind of cheating. It's like using the shuttle engine. You know what I like to see in the industry? A space plane. No one's making those? You sure about that? Sierra Space begs to differ. That's at this is at the Cape, guys. That's Dream Chaser Tenacity going through final checkouts. It's slated to launch later this year. I mean, he's straight up Tesla. They're straight up overclocking. I know about Dawn Aerospace Aqualex, yeah. I mean, that not good enough for you, Jens? Why do they have tiles on the top? RJ, that's a little bit of a complicated question. The short answer... Hey, Natch, what's up? 32-month resub. 32 meses. Gracias, amigo. The short answer is Dream Chaser, when it comes back down, is going to be doing this, like the space shuttle, and that might get plasma running over the top a little bit. Now that Falcon 9 landing. Yeah, we can discuss more of this during Space News, dudes, but honestly, this is...
Oh, this is space.
I'm in space.
Our first success.
Guys, watch this landing. This was from the NG-21 mission that launched yesterday, the Cygnus mission. Also, I don't want to talk about it because it's stubby nozzle. Watch over here.
And we did have a good call out there for vehicles following nominal
Stage 1
trajectories.
transonic.
Amazing view of the Falcon 9 booster as it makes its way back to landing zone 1.
I feel feelings from this. Oh, that's so cool. Dude, what the hell? Oh, man. Oh, my God. That makes me feel feelings, dude. Oh, fuck. Come on. Oh, my goodness.
Stage 1 landing.
Can it just shut up. Oh.
Call out there for vehicles following nominal
Stage 1
trajectories.
transonic.
Amazing view of the Falcon 9 booster as it makes its way back to landing zone 1 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida.
Don't ruin it. Shh. Dude, it's flying. That thing is flying. It might just be the camera angle, Tessa, but that thing looks like it's flying, dude. Like, this thing isn't coming down like this. It's over here somewhere. That's just...
Amazing view of the Falcon 9 booster as it makes its way back to landing zone.
Oh, my goodness. What the funkin' waggles is going on here? Rocket Guy, and for all the nerds, look how the vapor cones that are generated by the grid fins are connecting right there. See that? The wake of each grid fin is connecting and combining right there. It's making kind of a clover leaf shape. You see that? I don't think it warrants any type of studying or anything. It's just something cool to see that flow phenomenon between the grid fins interacting. That's really cool. Yeah, Ben Cooper's picture, it takes the cake, man. That's one of the gnarliest pictures I've ever seen. Yeah,
landing zone 1 at...
the plume interaction from the vapor cones from the grid fins that's really cool. Now, guys, I'll be honest, that's a little beyond my expertise right there. I if you could call what I do expertise. That's really freaking cool, man. I no longer feel bad about using body lift and control in KSP. Homing, here's the real secret. And this is something that I kind of had that kind of realization a little while back. Dude, use everything to your advantage. Who cares if, KSP You know, I want to make stuff fly like the real thing, right? But also use it to your advantage when you can. That's what the real people do. That's what the real aerospace engineers do. Use everything to your advantage. Right? I mean, look at the angle of attack change from here to there. Yo, that thing is actually flying. It's flying. Like, that's probably like a minus 45 angle of attack right there. That's ridiculous for that thing. Yeah, you can just barely see the T-tab going off on that second one right there. All right, you guys want to see Ben's photo. I'm sorry, that's just the wildest thing. If you guys haven't seen Ben Cooper's picture, this is on another level. Yo, link that up. All right. I mean, this just shows that the vapor cones are exactly that. They're vapor cones, and there's a lot of vapor in those cones, and they refract light like a prism. So you get blue and yellows and greens, which is in the right conditions, which is that's cool, man. That's really cool. That's really cool, man. Yeah, see, this is a shock. There's a shock right there. So it's kind of cool from this picture because this is the sonic booms that you hear kind of visualized. When a Falcon 9 comes down, if you've ever seen these things RTLS, you hear two distinct booms, but you hear a small one in between. Bop, bop, bop. Bop, bop, bop. See what I'm talking about? There you go. The small one is the grid fins, and the back is the interstage.
Go at throttle up.
Which is these shocks can kind of visualize the sound that this thing makes, which is really, really cool. It looks like Schlieren imagery. Yeah, that's right. ANX 4613 sub. Yep. So it has a little bit of curvature to it right there. That's because of obviously the front, right? And then the landing legs are kind of angled out. So that gives you you have the front and then the landing legs pushing it out straight. See that? The landing legs that are folded up, they're kind of curved on the bottom end, or not curved, they're kind of canted out on the bottom end. You can see that it starts with a curve and then it goes straight like that. That's from I was about to say leading edge, but the rocket nozzles and then the landing legs, it kind of gives it that little curve. Whereas like if you look at the grid fins is a straight line, and the interstage, the flow separation coming off the interstage is pretty straight. See that? But that one's nice and curved. Very, very cool imagery right there. That's damn impressive. Hey, drummer. Yeah. So that's pretty cool, man.
Have a good call out there for vehicles following nominal
Stage 1
trajectories.
transonic.
Amazing view of the Falcon 9 booster as it makes its way back to landing zone 1 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida.
Stage 1 landing burn.
So a Super Heavy have two sonic booms since it does not have an interstage. Yeah, Phil, yes and no. You guys got to remember that the booms that you're hearing are just the biggest shocks that you see, or you hear. there's really air is breaking the sound barrier an infinite amount of times around curved edges on the thing. You'll probably hear 2 from Super Heavy, 2 that's audible to us. But the reality is, when you create a shock like that and you have a wake, you're breaking the sound barrier like an infinite amount of times. Once again, this is a little bit out of my purview. I would ask Rocket Guy more about this. There is, yeah. Long story short, like the bigger wake lines get overshadowed because there's a bunch of small ones in there, and what you hear is 2, but there's really an infinite amount of them in there. Many smaller sonic booms close together with large cross sections. There you go. Yeah, it's wild stuff. How air moves around things. It's very cool, actually. All right, we will talk more about this stuff at Space News. Let's load up KSP. But yeah, that's what's going on. I also heard some not whisperings, but something went a little bit strange with Cygnus, and they delayed its rendezvous by a day, from what I understand. Now, don't get me wrong. I that's whispers, so take that for what it's worth. I don't know if anything is weird is going on. I haven't seen it yet, but I heard that it didn't do its insertion burn, but they ended up the timing software issue and then an overpressure abort. Oh, they have workarounds. Cool. Is your source Eric Berger? No, the NASA control loops. So this is Bill Harwood saying this, and once again, we could talk more about this during Space News. It seems like they have workarounds, so not too incredibly worried. Mission Control just alerted ISS to a possible issue with the Cygnus cargo ship. Just to let you guys know, good communication with Cygnus. We're going to have solar array deploy in about an hour. The first 2 burns were not performed by Cygnus, so they're reassessing what's the current state of the burn plan. We're hoping to still keep for Tuesday for capture by the ISS, but we'll reassess once we figure out what went wrong with the first 2 burns. Yeah. Okay. All right. Add maneuver. Based. My guy. Clockwork. Yes. Just add another maneuver. This isn't the first Cygnus on Falcon 9. No, and I watched NG-20 launch in January. A few hours later, Michael Barrett on the ISS asked again about the timeline, and again, Capsule Communicator gave the same response with no details. Just checking for Cygnus, any updates? Or is everything pretty well nominal for the Optimus timeline for tomorrow? Hey, Mike, we don't have any changes at this time. The exchanges imply Cygnus is proceeding towards a Tuesday capture as originally planned. Yeah, see. Shortly after launch, the spacecraft missed its first burn slated for 11:44 a.m. due to a late entry to burn sequencing. Known as the Targeted Altitude Burn, or TB1, it was rescheduled for 12:34, but aborted the maneuver shortly after the engine ignited due to a slightly low initial pressure state. There is no indication the engine itself has any problem at this time. Cygnus is at a safe altitude, and Northrop Grumman engineers are working a new burn and trajectory plan. The team aims to achieve the spacecraft's original capture time on station, which is currently slated for 3:10 a.m. on Tuesday, August 6th. So that's tonight, tomorrow. If it remains on track, NASA will provide live coverage of the spacecraft's arrival beginning at 1:30 a.m. Matt Dominic will capture the Cygnus with Canadarm2. And NASA's astronaut Jeanette Epps' backup. After capture, the spacecraft will be installed on the Unity module's Earth-facing port. Okay, I'll keep that for later. Okay, so on Friday, I installed a new mod called Kerbal Wind Tunnel. Any thoughts or questions about these mods I've sent you? No. Nothing yet, Tessa. I've been away for a bit. Can you bring me up to speed what you're doing with Dart? Are you planning on bringing back a series? Yes. Yeah, King, we'll, mission mode clearly is what people want to see, so we'll do something like that. Just bear with me here. I gotta ease myself back in, dude. I can't just jump into mission mode. If I jumped into mission mode right now, it'd be like failure after failure after failure after failure after failure after failure. Yeah, I don't necessarily want to do that. Let me get my feet wet. I haven't played Kerbal 1 hardcore in at least a year, so just give me some time. But dude, check this out. We do have a new mod. Also, just on a quick side note, I'm about to shamelessly plug this because whatever, against my better judgment, Sips is playing Workers and Resources. So Sips from Yogscast is playing Workers. So that's good. The reason why I would bring it up, I wouldn't necessarily plug another streamer playing another game while I'm doing that, while I'm playing, but also at the same time, I want Workers to be big. I have to, Workers has to be more popular because I love that game, and hopefully it gains some popularity. Yeah. Yeah, Sips is good people, dude. I don't know him. I never met the man, though. He's a good streamer. And just pretty much a good dude. Yeah, hopefully that, gets us some traction, with Workers, because I love that game. I've been trying to make that game happen for a while. Should I post a link? Nah. So, check this out. We got a new mod. The mod is called Kerbal Wind Tunnel. Kerbal Wind Tunnel is a way to do craft analysis without putting a craft out. This involves, well, long story short, it involves a lot of math. But these numbers are super useful for a couple of different reasons. The numbers are useful because they take into account the body lift of the vehicle. It's not just wings generating center of lift, with your center of lift and go from there. Basically what it does is, you could select what you want it to show you, right? And it'll tell you different things. Like it can tell you its flight envelope. Like these are all the places where Dart with its engines firing can operate. I mean, that doesn't really help us too much. But you can see where it creates drag, where it likes to fly, etc., etc. This could basically be used to figure out all of our re-entry problems with Dart. Yeah. This can be used to help us figure out a lot of different problems. You can use it to diagnose and figure out where different crafts are unstable. It's especially useful for re-entry vehicles. It's really, really good for doing aerodynamic analysis. Like that's with Dart. I just pulled up different things, and I'll get more into. I'm not like, I know what most of this stuff does, but I'm not sure exactly how to read these graphs. Like I'm pretty good at it. There obviously are people who are better, like Rocket Guy, for instance. But I want to get good at doing this. It kind of ignited a whole new thing for me wanting to play KSP. I can see the entry flight envelope for the shuttle. And I'll be honest with you, it's pretty close to the real one. That's pretty good. So, see how this converges right here and then it just drops like a brick? Operative word, drops like a brick. Just like the real one, man. That's pretty on par for the real thing. Yeah, very narrow corridor for steady level flight. See, it's the wider these things apart, the greater the flight envelope. So the more you can handle doing level flight here. But once you get down below 30,000 feet and well, subsonic, it flies like dog crap. That's exactly what we wanted. That's what the real one does. That's on purpose. My bro, between Starship and the shuttle, which one do you prefer? Shuttle. For now. My opinion is subject to change, Xanax. Once Starship brings 7 people up into space, deploys some payload, comes back down, and, you know, lands on the catch tower with a human rating, I'll think about it. That actually probably at that point is when I'll be like, yeah, we're good. I like the shuttle because frankly nothing's been able to duplicate it. The other reason why I like the shuttle is it's very easy to sell the idea of the shuttle because everyone can point at that. You can look at a capsule. The average person will look at a capsule and be like, okay, that's a cone, right? But if you ask the average person what does a spaceship look like? A real spaceship.
Go and throttle up.
That's a spaceship. That's a real spaceship. You know what I mean? The shuttle is the closest thing we've gotten to Star Wars, man. So far. And don't get me wrong, if Starship when Starship is able to duplicate and elaborate on the shuttle's capability, that's when I'll like it more. That's when I'll be like, this is what I was promised. This is what, you know, 8-year-old EJ was promised the future would look like. You know what I mean? I think you're starting to figure this out. Oh, great pictures, man. Great pictures. Ooh. Guys, hey, hold up. Goalie got some pretty decent pictures here. Oh, ho, let's go. We got some vapor conage going on there. Oh yeah. Yeah, homing. That's a great point. I mean, Elon said it in Timmy's first interview. Biggest problem with the space shuttle is that they couldn't iterate on it. It was really hard to iterate on it because it had a human rating, right? You had to launch it with people. Starship basically alleviates that problem, and that allows for rapid testing. Like, you know, a lot of skeptics say that, you know, Starship's going to be human rated. You know, it'll take a long time for Starship's human rating. It won't take as long as we think. For real, it really won't. Looks like a stick with cotton candy on the top. It looks amazing. That's what it looks like. Yeah, Loopy, it's because the shuttle's a spaceship, man. People can point at the space shuttle and be like, that's a spaceship. It's hard to do that with a capsule. And that's why SpaceX themselves, who have arguably mastered capsules, are switching to a spaceship. I mean, that and they're, you know, the leader of that company is hell-bent on colonizing Mars, which, you know what, I'm cool with. I'm cool with that. Cool with that. Yeah, yeah, we should do that. It's a good idea. It's a real good idea. Yeah, we should do that. You think they'll still do a flip maneuver with people on board? Sure, absolutely. I don't think it'll be as bad as you might think, Sleeping. Here, I can show you. A viewer, Yum Food, please, gave me this most excellent Starship model for doing what I'm talking about, for doing what I'm talking about, for explaining what I'm talking about. That's brain. Come on. All right, cool. So check this out. Starship is falling like this, right? To do its flip, and it's gonna flip over, right? And it's gonna land. But here, think about how this thing actually does that. So when this thing initiates a flip maneuver, right? These control surfaces go down like that. They go down like this. That moves your center of lift, or center of pressure, all the way forward. If these back ones fold up and the front ones fold down like that, I mean, obviously they don't fold all the way down like this. It's just the model, like that. You're shifting your center of pressure all the way forward. Your center of mass is probably somewhere here. when you do this, right, you're not so much going on a thrill ride, but it basically rotates like this, right? You're not rotating like this. You're rotating like that. See what I'm talking about? Because of this, you're rotating around your effective point of force application right here, right? So your center of pressure moves all the way forward. So that's your rotation. Your rotational axis winds up somewhere between your center of gravity and your center of pressure, right? So this thing, believe it or not, and I firmly believe this, I will vehemently defend this till the end. This is not going to be it's not going to be a thrill ride. It's actually going to end up being somewhat like the seat rotation. You know, like when they get into Dragon, the seats rotate upward. It's going to be like that. It's not going to be as nausea-inducing as someone might think. It really isn't. Because of that center of pressure, right? You're rotating like this, not like this. Does that make sense? Your rotation point is right here. And because of that, the motion here is more like a rotation and less like a angular acceleration. You know what I mean? I didn't use those words exactly right. I apologize, but that's the idea. Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, right, these flaps are going to be all the way down. If they're all the way down like that, your center of pressure goes up here. So it's pushing it this way. I mean, and once again, you can look at the actual Starship landings and it does that exact thing. Here, let's just look at SN15. So that's the, dude. Whoa. You know what's weird? I just had a little bit of a weird realization that this actually looks bizarre now with no tiles on it. It looks naked. It looks like a naked starship. So watch when this thing comes down to land. Look, check it out. Look, watch where it rotates, dude. It comes out of the clouds, but you can still see it. See? See? You see where it's rotating? It rotates up here. It doesn't rotate on the center of the vehicle. She's rotating up here, not right here. You see, it kind of comes out of the clouds and it's kind of swinging the tail around, right? And then it comes down to land. It's not going to be as bad as people think. I really don't think so. Here, watch it one more time, just in case. The point of rotation is where is somewhere between where your center of pressure is and where your center of gravity is, right? And the thing, it swings the back out, right? It's not rotating on the center. See what I mean? See how gentle that is? If you were sitting up here, it would just be like rotating. It'd just be like taking your seat and going, eh. It wouldn't be some violent, like, oh my God, I'm spinning. Ah. You know, like, it's a nice, gentle landing. It's not as bad as you might think. I joined at the most jocular moment. And this now reeks of super osmosis and henchosity. Yes, yeah, I could smell your jocularity right when you entered the door, mate. Can we go to Disneyland and ride the Starship ride? Plums, I actually think that, you know, Mission Space probably pulls more G's than if you were sitting in the cockpit of this thing. I'm good, Rig. Everything's good, man. Bruh. Also, that's just a 15-story building coming in for a landing. And I'll be honest with you, that looks just strange. It looks really weird with no tiles on it. Confirmed it does. Starship occupants would get less than 3 Gs. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. I'd do it, but I wouldn't do it right now. Let me put it to you like that. And that's the beauty of Starship. It's autonomous, and then it'll be retrofitted with systems, right? Just like, think about it. It's just like Dragon. Dragon was Dragon 1. That was totally autonomous, but what SpaceX learned from that, they made arguably one of the best human-rated spacecraft of all time, right? Dragon's amazing. It is amazing for what it is, right? Starship's following right in its footsteps, following the same iteration. Fly it autonomously first. Now, Now, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I don't want to see starships someday with like with some shuttle payload bay doors, you know? Like I personally think that SpaceX will have a variant of Starship that does look like the front of a space shuttle, only with the little flappy doos on the sides. Not like the actual shuttle. Here, let me draw it. So, right, you have right, you have Starship, right? Your aft grid fins are back here, right? And then you have your forward grid fins. You have your forward control surfaces like this, right? You know, obviously you're going to have your tankage back here, right? And then you have your thermal protection system like that. But I think we're going to see a variant that has like shuttle style windows, and then behind it a payload bay door like that. Like the front is going to look like a 9-meter shuttle. I firmly believe this. Maybe it's just me coping. Like, could be. I just want my shuttle back, guys. Like, you know I look on that thing with some huge nostalgia. I get it. I get it. I love that vehicle. It's an amazing machine for what it is. And the fact that NASA just cooked that out, they just served that up and cooked it in the 70s is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Right? You know, you're going to have your header tanks up here, and then there's going to be a crew compartment right here, right? And then a payload bay behind it. See what I'm talking about? I think we're going to get a Starship like that. That's the only one that makes the most sense. That's what I would want for testing, for instance. You know, like when you do go to certify it, I would have a pressurized tank, but think about it like a crew tank right here, right? Like your header tanks are up here, right? And then I would have a cruise section right here in the remaining conic part, and then for the straight part, you have a payload bay. I would want to do something like this, especially, you know, when Isaacman goes to fly this dang thing, right? When they go to actually do that, this would make it so you could also deploy Starlink satellites, but test human rating at the same time. And then later down the road, you can just, if you want to make like a colonial transporter, you just fill up the payload bay. Which arguably they already have some data on pressurizing the payload bay, because during Flight 4, or was it Flight 3? During Flight 3, we saw them open up the Starship door and we watched the payload bay depressurize. So arguably there's some data on that, and we know it's relatively airtight, which is bananas to me. Can you imagine if Hubble is still running and they managed to fix it with that new shuttle? Louisville, that a payload bay variant could be very, very profitable. Could be very profitable. The other thing that I thought would be cool is in your Starship payload bay. So like this is a 3/4 view, right? You know, you have your Starship nose right here, and then you have the top, right? That's not right. Right, so you have your flaps right there, right? And then you have your, you know, cockpit or whatever. Right, you have your payload bay doors, right? And then, you know, you have, I don't know, some, let's say shuttle style payload bay doors, right? I'd be genuinely curious if SpaceX would ever option for an adapter here for a 5-meter payload bay. So like build a shuttle's original payload bay inside so they could put modules in. So you have the shuttle's 5-meter payload bay on an adapter inside of Starship's 9-meter payload bay. So it's especially fitted to pick up on the longeron pins that are on the ISS modules that the shuttle used to carry up in the payload bay. Build this in KSP? I would need 5-meter payload bay doors if we were going to do that, Hokie. That's what I would want if we were going to make a starship. I need 5-meter payload bay doors. But I could, sure. I could adapt my longeron pin system from my shuttle. So, for the people that don't know, the shuttle held payloads in, they hung them from the side rails. So like right here, there were pins and adapters that you could reconfigure for different modules. It looked very, I mean, obviously this is a Kerbal version. Those are thermometers in an RCS ball, but they hung the payloads inside of the payload bay. And if they needed to be plugged in, they put the plugs on the bottom here. That's why on the actual shuttle, there's kind of a, I mean, it's covered up during missions, but there's a kind of catwalk here so you can tap into shore power. You can tap into the shuttle's power supply here. You have Maya, you can make it yourself. Hey, Jacobs. Maybe we'll add in a rotating cabin like a B-Wing. I think that's too complicated, but yeah, that'd be kind of cool. I hope you had a restful weekend. I did rest up. I've been thinking about this damn wind tunnel mod the entire day. Hang on, before we actually jump into KSP, I have to get my fan. It's getting extremely hot here. And before, we're gonna get rain a little later this week, but until then, I need to get the fan circulating here. It's gonna cool off later in the week. Green screen messes up, dude. You know what's going on. Yeah. The air conditioner's getting to the point where it can't keep up with the heat from the computers. And the heat from this giant heat sink of a building that I work in. Yeah, enjoy Debbie. Yeah, Rarest. I've seen some things from Florida. Cleater's not having a good day, huh? Blow the green screen away. It's gonna find a happy medium so it doesn't screw it up. Neartea's mods definitely, yeah, definitely do it. But anyway, what we're, yeah, Neartea has that 5-meter. That's probably what I would use. Those are the parts that wound up in KSP2 wound up in that other game. And they seem to jive with stock well enough. Would you ever do life support? No. Maybe in the future. Not right now. No. All right. You think? No, probably not, Erudite. I would imagine that Starship's flight deck is going to end up looking like Dragon, meaning you're going to have a bunch of screens. There's not going to be windows, per se, to fly the vessel. But yeah, the last re-entry test that we did with Dart showed some things. It's not really doing what I want. I really need this thing to keep the nose up during, yeah. Window. Where's the dog, Ren? Dog is in the house with Bree. Guys, I love having Titan on the stream, but he's a work dog. He gets very distracting from time to time. So you're not going to be seeing Titan as much, but he'll be around. It's a lot for me to handle trying to explain rockets and stuff and also deal with barking puppy. Don't worry. He's not gone. Like, we still have him. We're not getting rid of him. I actually spent all morning taking him for a walk and playing with him and training him and stuff. So maybe he'll get to the point where he doesn't bark in my face when he wants something, but no, it's actually nice, Rares. I get outside in the morning, We run around the yard. I mean, the yard, fortunately, my yard's big enough that we just do a couple laps around the yard, and that's good enough, you know? Yeah, short line, that would be cool. That would be cool. But yeah, Titan will be around. He just won't be here all the time like he was, dude. It's very distracting, and it kills me to say that. But until he calms down and stops being a puppy, maybe then. But yeah, I play with him every day, and I take him for walks before and after the stream, and Bree takes him out during the day. Don't worry, he's very well loved in this home. The dog sleeps on me. Not next to me. That dog sleeps on me. I don't know what I did during that week where it was just me and him here, but that dog loves me now. It melts my heart, to be honest with you. I love the dog back. You know, any dog owner knows you have that moment where you bond with, you're bound together with the puppers. Yeah, I hit that point sometime last week. That dog will not leave my side when I'm around him. Seriously, like, I was leaving for work and he's like, "What? Where are you going? Are you gonna come back? What? Where are you going, man? No, you're gonna come back, right? Please, don't leave me, man. People have left me before." I'm like, "Oh, sorry, I gotta go work, man." He's like, "What? Why are you leaving? You're coming back, right?" I'm like, "Dude, I'll be back. Don't worry." He's like, "No, I don't believe you." Seriously, like, I get it. The dog doesn't have the capacity, doesn't have a lot of brain function. I understand, but you can definitely tell when a dog has been traumatized by people leaving. You know, like, there's the, "Oh, you're leaving? Okay." Titan's like, no, please don't leave. Please don't leave me. And I'm like, "Man, why you gotta do that?" But yeah, like, dude, when I'm sleeping, this dog like climbs, like, I'll be sleeping like this, right? He'll climb up on top of me and sleep on top of me. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. But yeah, no, the pupper will be around. But yeah, everything is good. Don't worry, we're not getting rid of him. He's my boy. He's a good boy. What was the KSP mod with the 5 meter payload bait? Near Taya. NERTEA. That's Chris. He was a developer on the game that will not be mentioned. But yeah, he was a modder for KSP before that. Just got to teach him. Yeah, exactly, Hokie. I'll work on it, but we'll work on it off stream. I can't really have him interrupting me all the time when he needs something. You know, the whole live broadcast and everything. But yeah, don't get me wrong. I love the dog. He will be around. Are there any mods to bring his content backwards into KSP1? Hokie, near Taya, the 5 meter payload bay mod was a mod for KSP1 before they put it in KSP2. Most of the KSP2 parts, I mean, I don't know, maybe. Anyway, let's get into some wind tunnel testing. So, per our last test with Dart that we did on Friday, it was very difficult for me to keep the nose of this thing up during re-entry. You ideally, with a re-entry vehicle like this, you ideally really want to keep the nose up and keep your heat shield obviously towards the leeward side, the hot side during re-entry. But you also, to be able to have what's called good cross-range capability, right? You need to be able to steer it like this. Dart does not have good controllability on orbit or during re-entry. What I like to tell people is that, you know, when you re-enter a capsule, right? You really just rotate the capsule, and that can modulate your angle of attack of your heat shield. So capsules have good cross-range capability, right? But they're not totally they're not totally like, oh, you know, where you come down where you come down. There's a little bit of cross-range capability, but a hypersonic glider like the shuttle, like Dream Chaser, like X-37, those things are designed to fly in that fiery envelope. You fly them. You don't just kind of sit there and modulate your angle of attack. You can turn. You can fly these things through hypersonic. That's something I never was able to figure out with Dart. That was one of the glaring issues. If you can't fly the thing during hypersonic, because you remember, you know, if you're landing a capsule, you're landing it out in the water. All right, you can be off by a mile. It's not a big deal, right? You know, the boats will come and get you. But you're off by a mile with the shuttle, you're missing the runway. So you need to be accurate with this. So I think Dart needs a little bit of a redesign on its wings. For one, we have an anhedral wing right there, and I'm pretty sure Kerbal is not picking up on that correctly. That is going to create very unstable motion. Here, I'll show you. It's going to create unstable motion when you go to do something like this during re-entry. Huh. Actually doesn't look too bad. Maybe it's not anhedral. But here's what we're gonna do. Let's put it through the wind tunnel. Boom! Let's bring the wind tunnel up and let's start figuring this out. No, it actually was pretty good, Rocky guys. So I was thinking about this when I was falling asleep last night. I thought the anhedral wing might be the issue. But dude, for whatever reason, this thing does not like drifting around through the plasma envelope like the shuttle does, like my shuttle does. So what changed? What's different? Why does it do that? So if we look at my... Oh. That's not good. Mayor, wind tunnel turned a new leaf, dude. I love this thing. I can use this to teach, and this is what I needed during mission mode, I'm not gonna lie. And I'm sure somebody suggested it, but I like seeing things through. I don't like changing what I'm doing halfway through, you know? If I had Kerbal Wind Tunnel, the DART program would have been successful. It never would have killed Jeb. I would have been able to do the testing that I needed to quantify this. Like, unlike real life, this is going to tell you exactly what's going on because Kerbal's aerodynamic simulation is nowhere near as high fidelity as, like, real life or even CFD. Because of the lower fidelity aerodynamic simulation, you can basically predict exactly what a vehicle's going to do just by these lines. Hey, Jaybird. So mission mode is going to make a comeback? Probably. Same with the shuttle. Can't fly steady without an AOA. Does this mod work with FAR? Not 100% sure, Canadian. Restarted mission mode is on the horizon. Guys, I'm gonna start from scratch. If we're gonna do new mission mode, we're gonna start from scratch. we'll make the mission mode 4 save. We will start from scratch. But I think what would be kind of cool, and I got to be careful about doing this. What would be kind of cool is being able to model some launchpad parts in Maya. I think that would be really neat. It wouldn't create the best day-to-day content because people don't like modeling streams, but you know, yeah, FAR has its own analysis tool. Anyway, let's see. Good afternoon, my man. Apparently, I share most of my viewers with you. I was expecting a space agency PR from the logo. What's the mod you got? That's Kerbal Wind Tunnel. It's called Kerbal Wind Tunnel. Yeah. Yeah, dude, I made that logo a long time ago, Jaybird, the EJSA meatball logo. We made that a long time ago when this was just a tiny stream, and I just kind of never bothered to change it. So some people don't really look at it, and they think I'm NASA. Pretty sure NASA wouldn't have Mr. Meeseeks on the Cato flight desk in mission control, but or that guy is playing Galaga. So yeah, but yeah. Yep. Feel that I got a logo like that as my background and people are like, what the heck? Yeah, it happens all the time, dude. Close enough. I mean, I've worked with NASA. They're okay with it, Jaybird, as far as I can tell. I hosted a panel at TwitchCon with the guy that runs the NASA Twitch channel, and I asked him about it. He was like, yeah, it's fine. Kind of, whatever. You're good. You're not crazy. So I'm like, you clearly don't know me very well then. No, it's cool. So, yeah, I have their endorsement as far as I can tell. Yeah. No, I'm the good kind of crazy, not the kind of crazy, you know? They love good PR. We've been dealing with that at your work. Yeah, there you go. But definitely crazy. Max, dude, did you see what happened to Scree? Did you see that? Rocket Guy, everything here says that it is, but it's not. That was, dude, I'm like, I texted Scary, dude, and I was like, how have you not killed this guy? And he's like, it's not, he goes, it's not worth it fighting with a hot-headed Italian. I'm like, no lies detected, Sage. I was like, all right, okay. Yeah, dude. Also, so Scary was racing at Road America in the real IMSA race, right? And there's a Lambo driver, and he's got a run on him coming out of turn 2, going down to turn 3. Turn 3 is a really tight corner at Road America, like really tight. Like you have like first gear, like maybe 50 kph around that corner. It's really, 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 really tight corner. So the guy has a run. Scary has a run on this the factory Lambo driver. Lambo driver moves left, moves right, then moves left again, steps on his brakes to brake for the corner, and Scary tries to get out of the way. He runs, they bump for a second, right? And they both go around that tight corner, and then the guy is on the outside line going to turn 4, which is an uphill left, and the guy, he's on the racing line, swerves over, hits his car, and then swerves back and goes around the corner. Factory Lambo driver. Dude, okay. I've been getting better at driving, okay? I'm getting better because I'm trying to, because one thing that I learned about racing, and granted, I do sim racing, right? We do sim racing on Fridays for anybody that wants to know. You cannot lose your cool. If you lose your cool, if you lose your head when you're driving, you will make a fool of yourself on the track. Speaking from experience, you will make a fool of yourself. I don't know what the heck was up this guy's butt. Apparently a Porsche. I don't know. Like, you can't lose your head. This guy clearly got pissed at Scary for some reason. I can't figure it out why. He had a run on him, right? Max, I saw the in-car footage from Scary. Holy crap, dude. That guy is awful at driving. Like, dude, maybe me circa like 2 years ago, that's how I drove. I don't drive like that no more. You can't get pissy on the track. You just gotta keep your cool and keep going. That crap though. Dude, I couldn't believe it. I've never seen that somebody screw up that bad. Pretty bad. You don't? No, not anymore. I'm getting better at it, man. I made a concerted effort to not lose my cool when I drive. But yeah, I know you're screwing with it. No, it's not starting today. Give me some time to get back into KSP, Jacobs. Sorry, I think I freaked up your effing arm. Don't worry about it, Sean. It's fine. You're not going to screw it up as much as they did. I don't care. It's not a big deal. No, I was pretty clean until the last lap, but yeah, it's okay. I got caught up in lap traffic. That lap traffic wasn't you, I don't think. Hey, Chad, I got a guy working on alternative propellers, like propellers with rotors and high torque things. Jaybird, use the... Dude, I forget if the propellers are from Making History or Breaking Ground or something. Use the props in-game. I had input on designing those things with the developers. I mean, it was a little bit input. My buddy Maximal worked on most of these with JPL Repo. That's the lead designer and the creative director for KSP 1 until they stopped working on it. I did have input with this stuff. Use these props. They're good. They're good. Props come with robotics. So Breaking Ground. Get the Breaking Ground DLC. These propellers are good. They're really good. Now, there's a huge challenge that they had to overcome with... That's the title screen. There's a huge challenge that they had to overcome with the propellers, dude. And that... The challenge is that in Unity, using PhysX, Unity really can't support anything going past 400 and change. I think it's actually 420 RPM. Believe it or not. Now, that's not an issue for helicopter blades. Most helicopter blades spin below 400 RPM. If you spun it faster than that, the blade would become blade-int because of physics. Physics doesn't like it when half of the blade is breaking the sound barrier and half of it isn't. But yeah, they figured out ways to fudge it with propellers that may spin faster. And yeah, the propellers in game, I swear by them. They're really good. Thunder Screech. Yeah. Yeah. Speaking of, you might need to turn me down in Discord. Yeah, maybe. What exactly is the screen telling us? Anyway, back into this. So this is our pitching torque. Okay, so pitching torque. When you're flying a plane, right? You have let me get my plane model. I'll use my F4. We'll use the F4 today. When you have a plane, right? Pitching torque is the torque that this thing gets at certain speeds, at certain altitudes from just flying straight. So no control surface input. Does the plane naturally want to do this? Or does it want to do this? Which one? Right? So this is not look at this again here. I mean, this is 100 meters a second basically at sea level. It looks like at 0 degrees angle of attack, we have a slight positive pitching moment. So this thing, if it's like this, it'll want to do that. That's what this is saying. So there's input, and the input here is how much your control surfaces are going to, that's with the control surfaces. So this number needs to be higher in certain flight corridors than this number. This is what I'm trying to iron out with Dart. We really have to do some redesign here. It's very, yeah, this is something we gotta figure out. Pitching torque. Yeah, this is okay. It's okay. It's not the best. Basically, what this is visualizing in graph form is this, give or take. So see how when we're at 0 degrees angle of attack, right here, 0 degrees angle of attack, look at where my center of lift is. Center of lift is out in front of my center of mass. So we have positive pitching torque at 0 angle of attack. See what I'm talking about? Now, if we go up like this, see how it eventually ends up pointing through the center of mass? It comes back into alignment. That's what we're looking at right there. That's that plateau. It's naturally unstable, but the control surfaces make it stable. Yeah, see? And F-16 does something like this, believe it or not. F-16s without its flight computer would not fly very well, believe it or not. Yeah, not a lot of people know that. I mean, yeah, they fly like Dookie. They're very aerodynamically unstable. So without that fly-by-wire, good luck. So simultaneously, check it out. We pitch forward. See, you have it basically stop right there for a second. And then, see that? That right there is this curve. That's what that is. F-35s as well. Yeah, most of these things, most modern fighter planes are not aerodynamically stable. They're unstable for more maneuverability. That's done on purpose. And that fly-by-wire system, where did that come from? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Apollo program innovation moment. Seriously. Digital fly-by-wire. That was the first thing to have it. Yeah, fun fact. Yeah. In the early 70s, there was an experimental program where they took the flight computer out of this and hot-wired it to an airplane. Yeah. They hotwired it to an A7. They actually strapped the Apollo flight computer in this thing and started flying it around. And when I say hot rodded it, oh, I mean they hot rodded it. I gotta find a picture of it. No, I guess that's a Qatar Airways flight. Where's that damn picture? I mean, those are nice A340s for sure. Here we go. NASA 802 is the name of that plane. Where's the picture? Where's the picture? Where's the picture? Noob. I still know it by heart. Oh, be quiet. There's a picture of this thing with the side panel open. NASA 802, right? Oh, it wasn't an A7, it was an F8. Excuse me. Yeah, there it is. So when I say they hotwired the Apollo flight computer to it, I mean they taped the MFD from Apollo onto the side of the plane and then covered it up. Note the Apollo input right there. It's taped to the side of the plane. And it worked. Yeah. Yeah. Digital fly-by-wire. Yep. Apollo innovation. Apollo moment. Yep. Fly-by-wire, man. Yeah. Most planes would not fly without that digital fly-by-wire system that they have nowadays. Yeah. Not fly. Yeah, they wouldn't work. But yeah, that was Apollo, digital flight computer, dude. Every plane has that. Every modern fighter plane, I guess, has one of those or something derived from it. It's not funny, Hellfish. I mean, savage, but it's not. I don't want to talk about that. Oof. Oofta. So, now, we have SAS. The SAS is pretty damn good. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. SAS really isn't fly-by-wire per se, but what is fly-by-wire in layman's terms? Sure. So Longballs, see this? This is a joystick, right? So what is this doing when I go to control something in KSP? It's sending an electrical signal, right? This joystick is not attached to a string or a wire or anything, right? Like on old planes, your flight stick is pulling cables, and those cables pull pulleys, and those pulleys move the control surfaces, right? Straightforward stuff, right? With fly-by-wire, you have a digital joystick like this. I mean, not exactly this. This is a Logitech 3D Pro, but the technology kind of comes from it. It's kind of similar. Same idea. All this is doing is sending out electrical signals. It's sending out electrical data. That's all, right? So it's sending out the signals electronically to a flight computer. So the operator's controls are being sent through a joystick, and that information is being interpolated by a computer, and the computer is controlling your control surfaces. So there's a computer that's interpolating your control input and applying it to the flight control surfaces. Now, fly-by-wire here's the thing. Because the computer is using a table, like it to interpolate what you're doing, it's kind of going to anticipate. The reason why this is a big deal is because it's not going to anticipate your movements. For instance, like say you're flying at like Mach 2 and you pull full back on the stick. What will happen on a plane with no fly-by-wire is your control surfaces will deflect up. If you can even overcome that torque, right? If your hydraulic systems can overcome that torque, right? Now, with a fly-by-wire system, you pull back on the joystick when you're going like past the sound barrier. What it's going to do is move your control surfaces very slightly. It's not going to move them a lot. Why? Because it knows if it goes up like this, that's not a control surface, that's an air brake, and all you're gonna do is just spin the plane out of control, right? It's going to interpolate, it's gonna take your input, it's gonna take the pilot input and be like, okay, we're full pull back on the stick, but we're going like 1,000 miles an hour that way. You don't want full deflection. The pilot wants to go up. In order to go up, you don't need like 20 degrees deflection on your control surface. You need like 2. So you'll do a nice arc, right? You won't go woo and just spin out of control. It'll just pulling full back on the joystick is going to do nothing with a no fly-by-wire system when you're going that fast, and you risk destroying the plane. Fly-by-wire is going to interpolate your input, and it's going to be like, okay, we're going this fast. We want to go up. We don't need that much deflection. Just move the control surfaces a little bit, and then you go up. PID control has a lot to do with it, Wolfie. Yeah, I mean, PIDs and PID control systems kind of work hand in hand with a fly-by-wire. But yeah, that's the idea. My message got buried, but why would we want an inherently unstable re-entry vehicle? Okay, stability is something that often is misunderstood with aerodynamics somewhat. Stability is your ability to basically have the thing fly in a straight line. Technically, you're the most stable if you have a vehicle where you have no control input and it just keeps flying in the same direction. Every aircraft needs a degree of instability to turn and fly through the air. Does that make sense? Now, for us, we need a very specific type of instability to get ourselves to be able to do that cross range and roll reversal maneuvers to re-enter correctly with dart. You need every aircraft has varying degrees of instability. So once again, an F-16. An F-16 is not very aerodynamically stable because an F-16 needs to be more maneuverable because it's designed to fly. It's designed to be a very nimble fighter. Obviously, thanks to those control inputs, right? Look at the wings. The wings are these little. The wings are like razor sharp for what it's worth. Anybody that's ever seen an F-16 up close, I've seen an F-16 up close. They're razor sharp. Like, I didn't dare walk near the damn thing because if it's heavy, it's probably expensive. Leave it alone, right? But yeah, the F-16s are very unstable, and in this particular case, that instability allows you to switch direction really, really fast. That, coupled with the digital fly-by-wire, makes a very, very nimble aircraft. You can maneuver like crazy, right? And F-22 is the same way. F-22s, F-16s, F-22s, they cannot fly without that fly-by-wire system. They're deliberately unstable on purpose for better maneuverability. So yeah, don't conflate stability with being able to fly good, right? Stability and maneuverability in aerodynamics are at odds with each other. The more stable you are, the less maneuverable you are, right? That makes sense? Arguably, you don't want the shuttle to be statically unstable through re-entry, but if that means unstable flight outside of re-entry as well, since in re-entry you aren't using aerodynamics but RCS, yep. Yeah, too stable means, okay, so like, what would be too stable? Falcon 9 is very stable. It's very aerodynamically stable with the grid fans. Falcon 9 cannot enter level flight. I mean, we almost saw it enter level flight with NG-21. It was pretty close. But it's not, right? Eventually, it's just going to come back down to the ground. Falcon 9 is super aerodynamically stable, right? Have you ever done a recap of the shuttle you're working on here recently? Could you do a recap of the objectives at hand? I'm trying to get it to fly like an actual re-entry vehicle, and I'm using Kerbal Wind Tunnel to to do the analysis on getting this thing to fly correctly. Super Heavy is really pushing that stable, unstable flight margin. I mean, the grid fins at the back make it very stable, dude. Would you say a good analogy to cars would be the stability of a dragster versus the maneuverability of a drift car? Yeah, that's a good, yeah. Yeah. Dragsters are designed to go in a straight line. They're very stable in a straight line. You do not want them to turn. If this turns, you got big problems, right? Yeah, I mean, Squishin, that'll work.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Also, top fuel dragsters. Yeah, that's what I mean. A drift car would be the opposite of stable, right? You're not very aerodynamically stable. Hey, Ish, what's going on? 4 more years, 4 more years. 48-month resub, and it looks like you can input whatever altitude and speed you want to test for. Bingo. So, yeah. Okay. Hang on, I gotta bring up the YouTuber's chat. Yeah, Ren, yeah, that's, yeah, bad PID. You understand it, but I'm still a little confused why you'd want highly maneuverable re-entry vehicle. I think we may be just talking around each other, but you'd want more stability for a re-entry vehicle, no? For a capsule, sure. Not for this. You gotta be able to destabilize the airframe so you can turn. Cross-range capability. What's your plan for increasing and decreasing the stability? I don't know. We have to look at the numbers, Bell. I really have to go looking around through a lot of numbers here to get this right. We mean just enough to destabilize this to get it to... You need to go through the S-turns to be able to get the cross-range capability. Basically, I need to make it unstable enough to be able to steer going Mach 5. Hypersonic maneuverability. Yeah. The shuttle can do it. The shuttle can steer going Mach 20. We need to... I mean, that's real life. In Kerbal, you don't go past Mach 5 for orbital velocity, right? We need to be able to make it steerable. But in terms of the spaceplane being able to spaceplane, why not move the wings around a tiny bit just to get the center of lift behind the center of mass? It's not a 737, dude. Center of lift behind the center of mass really only makes sense if you have engines underneath your wings. That is quite stable, right? In a conventional plane design, but you don't always want your center of lift to be directly below and behind your center of mass. It really depends on what you're making. Yeah, no, I want in a re-entry vehicle or a shuttle or any type of hypersonic glider, you need them to kind of be coplanar on the side axis. They need to be going through each other, or else it's not going to fly very well. It's basically a glider. It is a glider. It's a hypersonic re-entry vehicle, just like the shuttle. Have you made a launch vehicle for this shuttle yet? It had a launch vehicle back in the day, but no. Yeah, sorry, I see why you'd want a greater degree of instability now for this application. You gotta be able to make it turn going that fast. You need to destabilize the airframe. I don't know if that's the right word, but... Your vehicle for flight should always be statically stable. Then you use RCS and other... And you use RCS and other control inputs to make your system controllable. Yep. You just gave me a brain blast with that single point. Yesterday we were working on making a propeller craft torque over to the left instantly. Jaybird, if you have a propeller-driven airplane, let's just take a P-47, for instance. If you have a propeller-driven airplane and you have one singular propeller, you're going to get a lot of angular momentum. meaning that this thing is going to want to roll when you take off. Your propeller's either making way too much torque, so mess with the torque settings, or you're going to need to find another way to compensate for that. Now, that's part of the reason why most of these planes at the time are tail draggers. They fly around like this because the tail only really gets up in the air when you're going fast enough to take off. The reason why is because you don't want to start, like if you had a tripod with a single engine in the front, like you had tricycle landing gear. You went to start one of these big honking radials. There's a lot of moving parts in this thing. With a tricycle, you're going to rely on robbing yourself during takeoff. You don't want that. They overcame that by having the tail get dragged. That and all these fighter planes have gigantic rudders from World War II. They all have huge rudders. Like, look at a P-51. Huge tail. They carry a lot of rudder, and you use the rudder to deflect against that. So it'll want to roll. If you induce full yaw, your rudder is above your center of mass. So you can use the rudder to induce roll. So your ailerons can be used for control when you go to take off. 85 again by Robert Parker, Apollo. I mean, every plane was like this. It's not just Allied stuff. So, like, if you look at a BF-109, same thing. Look at all the rudder it's carrying. The whole back of that plane is a freaking rudder. See what I'm talking about? BF-109 is a pretty looking plane. The engine design for this was so ridiculous. It's weird, man. It's weird. How about the Zero? See? The other thing about these planes, Jaybird, if you're trying to make an airplane, like, it really depends on what you're doing. So, like, you want an all-around fighter like a P-51, your wing position relative to center of mass is really important. Look where the Zero's wings are. The wings are almost touching the engine here. The pilot's basically sitting on the wing. Now, if you look at a P-51, the wing's a little bit further back from the engine. Why? Well, it's because, that's a P-51C. That thing was a piece of junk. Or a P-51 Mark 1. Oh, jeez. Because the P-51 needs to be stable at high altitude for long distances, but it also needs to be a good fighter. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that a P-51 is as maneuverable as like a Focke-Wulf 190, because it's not, but it's good enough. It's good enough to get the job done. Look where the Focke-Wulf's wing is. It's way up front. It's almost sitting on the dang engine. Which one of these is more maneuverable? Focke-Wulfs are like mosquitoes, man. Not like the actual plane. Like, they buzz around all over the place. They're super maneuverable. See last, I can also repost. This is the bit that's kind of confusing for me. Isn't the vehicle statically unstable at the moment? That's why I made the center of lift behind the center of mass. It ensures that the front wants to stay on the front as it flies. No. Let me finish this and then we'll get into it more. See, you have your vehicle center of gravity is really right around the center of lift, and your control surfaces have way more moment over the plane because they're further away from the center of gravity here in this design. This makes this plane super maneuverable. It can outturn a lot. Focke-Wulfs are great fighters. P-51s are kind of more all around. Spitfires are kind of more of a dogfighting plane. But let's get to the good stuff. There we go. So what if you have a set of wings before and after the center of mass? Any differences or useless? Believe it or not, Jacobs, it doesn't really matter where your wings are. It matters where your center of lift is. You can have the wings be asymmetric if you really want to, as long as your center of lift is right. If your center of lift, it's all about center of lift relative to gravity. So if you have two sets of wings right behind each other, first of all, the second set of wings, so let's say your plane's going this way, you have two wings right behind each other, this wing isn't going to do anything. The reason why is because it's picking up turbulent air. The front wing is going to block the rear wing from winging. So it's not good. It's useless. It's not going to do anything. That's why, like, control surfaces on these planes are always not lined up with your wing. See how your horizontal stabilizers here and your elevators are in clean air? That's on purpose. Yeah. Same thing with race cars. Formula One car. Anybody that knows a little bit about Formula One knows you follow another car around, you're going to have a bad day because your front wing isn't going to work as well, and you're going to screw your tires because you're picking up turbulent air from the other car. Are you winging, son? Yes. Very well. All right, cool. Anyway. Let's get back over here. So someone ignore this. I need you to do me a favor and just ignore these numbers because there's been no analysis done on Dart. You're looking at this and thinking, this is what I want. It is not what I want. Cast that out of your mind completely. Okie dokie? That's what I needed to wait and say. You know, that and like handling 5 conversations at once about 6 different things with aerodynamics. This is not what we want. Ignore this. I have not done any analysis here. So if you're looking at this and going, oh, that's what he did. No, we don't want this. This is bad. Okay. Have you ever tried KSP RSSRO RP1? No, but I know the people that designed it. I just like playing this. I like playing this. Playing non-RSSRO RP1 makes it really easy to explain these designs because the delta V requirements are not nearly as high. Using the stock KSP is a great teaching tool. That's why I stick with it. But I know the people that made it. I know Nathan and Nathan, Kellen, Max. Yeah, good dudes. All right. Anyway. Sorry, I have too many questions. This is a STEM stream. You can ask as many as you want. I like Kerbal Wind Tunnel. Very useful. You're a wind tunnel. No, I'm not. You make terrible jokes. Get out of my stream. L plus 9 flat plus cope. $95W. $95.95W would be more like $95.95L. So, I gotta think about this for a second, dudes. We need this thing to be... Face the wind tunnel, please! What's up, Chief? Think 95's gonna come back? He'll be back. Halo doesn't have thrusters. This is necessary if it was launched on its own to get the Halo orbit around the moon. Is that why they can't launch the 2 modules together? What? That was your weekend? It was okay. I ended up buying workers and resources. I blame you. Yep, separately. Sorry. I can talk. So, Ellisers, the Halo module was originally supposed to be flown on SLS. It wasn't supposed to have thrusters. Orion was supposed to grab it off of SLS and then attach it to the PPE using Orion as a space tug. Orion's thrusters are specifically built around doing stuff like this. Orion can be used as a space tug to make things. That's the whole point. That's one of the reasons why Orion carries a heavy price tag, because it can hitch a module to the front and move it around. Orion was designed to build Gateway. Do I agree with that? No, not really. I think that's an idiotic design decision, but I've always said that, but hey, whatever. That's what we have. That's what we have. That's what we have. So, if you're not going to launch the Halo module on SLS, you need to launch it with some power and propulsion element. It needs to have thrusters, which is why they chose to buckle it up with the PPE. That's turning out to be a great decision. Not. No problem, Jaybird. PP. Turned out to be a very smart thing to do. No. Nope. So, anyway. All right. Let's think about this, dudes. How do we want to do this? Hey, Oni, what's going on? I've played Flyout, yes. Yep. Thoughts on it? It's a good game. Decide the envelope you want to be the target. I'm working on it, man. Rocket Guy, I got a question. I know this test, and this is me trying to figure this out. So I want this thing to be able to be nice and stable and have relatively no pitching torque at a 45-degree angle of attack. So that's 15, 30, 45. I need it to basically... So when we go to re-enter this thing, right, we're going to start at 0 degrees angle of attack at 70 kilometers. By the time we get to, what, 30, we're 45 degrees pitched up, right? You know, I let the spacecraft kind of rotate more and more as we orbit around the, planet. That's what the shuttle did, guys. When the shuttle hit entry interface, they were more or less parallel to the ground. And as the shuttle went around the planet, it kind of stayed fixed on a position. So by the time it got through re-entry, it was at 45 degrees. And then it kind of, you know, slowed down up there, and then it fell down to the runway, basically. I want to try to replicate that. And I want to try... I'm not really sure what that is. I'm not really sure what those numbers would look like here with this. So if we wanted to see how stable this is through different flight regimes, would I want it to be pitched up like this? Right? Expand your AOA to include 90 to 90. Okay. Oh, okay. So we can leave the craft where it is and we can adjust this. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Now, Rocket Guy, do actual wind tunnels work like this? Do they direct the air at a model on the wind tunnel from different directions? Honest question. I mean, I've never really thought about it. That was torque. No, it wasn't.
Discovery, go at throttle.
No, you would change your model rotation. Most of the time, the model changes rotation. That's what I thought. Oof. You usually have the model on an actuator. Yep, I got you. Now, okay, so my question is, what happens when we do this? So that's the first minimum right there to the right. That's the neutral point. Update. Apply. let's try 25 kilometers up, going 1,000. So that's saying that at that angle of attack, you are neutral, meaning you can do what you say about holding AOA without any additional input. I mean, to be honest here, Rocket Guy, this is what we're looking for, right? We're looking for 0 to 45, right? That's what we really want. I know what negative pitching torque is, Crash. I understand that. Yeah, no, I get that part, dude. I got it. I understand that. So we'd want that number at 45 to basically be 0. Also, I haven't quite figured out the pitch input metric. To my understanding, if you're maxing out your pitch input at that reference point, it means you obviously can't get to that flight point using just control surfaces because you see pitch input is at 1. Yeah, that's, yeah, okay. Let's try 30,000 meters. If you look at the other points on that line to see if pitch input ever... No. Yep. I mean, Rocket Guy, that's... Yeah. If we switch it to pitching input... I see it. It's basically going to max. You'd max out your control surfaces here. But it doesn't matter because at this altitude, we're going to be using RCS anyway. But that doesn't change the fact that this number basically needs to be nothing. It needs to be 0. Or at least not 58,000 Newton meters. You have to click on the speed input next to altitude for it to apply. No, that just changes your speed between Mach and... No. Quick Imperial system question. How many F1B10s of torque is that? Yeah, I mean, it's low displacement, so that's a lot. That's 58,000 Newton meters, right? Or is it kilonewton meters? 58 it might be 58 kilonewton meters. It's not, well, 58,000 Newton meters would be the same. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Old metric systems and stuff. I need that to really be 0, to be 100% honest with you. I need it to be 0. Well, yeah, Lava, this is minus 58 Newton meter, or 58 kilonewton meters. So that means there's 58 kilonewton meters of force wanting to force that nose down, which is not what we want. I need that to be more stable, or not more stable. I need that number to be up. It needs to be up here somewhere. I need this line to not dip like that. It needs to be straight. Because the RCS ends up firing like crazy and you burn all your RCS through re-entry. That's not what we want. Hey, S-Master, what's going on? Yeah, that is not preferable. Is this able to tell us how much RCS is required through re-entry? No, but you can extrapolate it from right there. We would need... This is very telling. We need 58 kilonewtons. If I'm looking at this right, 58 kilonewtons of thrust to keep the nose up, there's no way my RCS is producing that. The poo flinging continues. What does this guy want? I'm pretty sure Jim May is not a business development guy. I'm pretty sure he's an engineer. All right, we'll save that. We'll save that for space news. Pretty damn sure that it's an engineer. Right. Just putting it out there. I'm just...
Listen, Tranquility Base here.
Okay.
Does TTS still work?
Oh, God. Trying to get more of the synth wave going.
Yep. Save this too. Oh, Wayne Hale blog. Cool. Wow. Look, Phil, all I'm gonna say is that, you know what keeps me hungry? What keeps me wanting to keep learning about this and the subtleties to it and how complicated it actually is? And this was one of the biggest things. You need to...
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Seems like it hokey.
This is one of the biggest things dude, I'm looking at aerospace engineering from the outside in, okay? I'm not an engineer. I don't know. One of the best things and one of the things that keeps me hungry to learn more about this stuff and get better at it is the sheer fact that I know dick about it. Yeah, even after all these years. No. It's very easy to get humbled with aerospace engineering. It's very easy. It is very easy to think you know a lot about it, but you don't. It's like the ending scene in Men in Black, right? Where Will Smith's like, yeah, I got a good handle on things, and then they open up the locker to the intergalactic train station, and it's like, no, let me tell you something about your skills, Slick. As of this moment, they mean precisely dick. You'd be surprised how often that happens with aerospace engineering. For people that do it, for people that commentate on it, especially us, because we're looking at it from the outside in. One thing I've always tried to do, and there was a time where I was like, oh, I'm good at Kerbal. I know everything about this. It's easy. No. Is to not think you're an expert on it, because you're not. That's one of my biggest rules. I'm not an expert on this stuff. I can explain some things here and there, but you don't see me going and building an airplane now, do you? Because at the end of the day, could I learn it? Sure. Would it take a lot of time? Yes. There's a reason why people pay 6 figures for an aerospace engineering degree. You know what I mean? Just, you get into stuff like this. You get into doing stuff like this. I mean, it shows this is not how you do this. Let me put it to you like that. This is banter. Banter has no place in aerospace engineering, especially when there's lives at stake. Not cool. Not cool. Not a good look. Not gonna lie to you. Not a good look. Really not a good look. That's not cool. Don't do that. As somebody that covers this stuff, some people on NSF hate this. I'll always look at it from an engineering point of view and just not like, should we fly Starliner, right? Should Starliner keep going? I never look at it like that, ever. Because, people take that rationale. They take that kind of point of view that Starliner shouldn't be flying because it's too expensive, etc., etc. Okay, great. Now you're putting prices on lives. That's lovely. Great look. Yeah. Supposedly shining a bad light, like, you want to make the argument that Boeing doesn't know what they're doing. And, once again, you've heard me say, like, no, it's inexperience, it's nothing else, right? Because they've never flown a capsule before. I think that's a fair criticism, right? But sitting here and implying that they're incompetent and they're going to get somebody killed probably isn't helping. I'm just saying that's probably not helping. Like, it's probably not what you should be doing right now, but it goes back to what I said about being humbled all the time. You should be humbled because nobody knows everything about aerospace engineering. Nobody knows everything about spacecraft design. Even Elon has said this self-admittedly many times. He goes, I surround myself with people who are better than this at me. And that's a mark of a good boss, right? Boss should be the stupidest guy in the room. Like, even a guy like him, he's pretty damn smart, right? He's still humbled by it all the time. Some of his design decisions led to some really glaring failures, you know what I mean? Like, it's easy to get humbled by this. So, speaking in absolutes like that, yeah, I know, people are going to be like, what, Star Wars? Speaking in absolutes like that is very,
like you know for sure that this is what's going on is very interesting. That's a very interesting way of looking at things. That I find more often than not that if you speak in absolutes like that, you're more than likely going to get humbled very quickly. We'll talk more about it during Space News. Yeah, Vulcan, it's a little... It's get like, dude... What did I miss? You said the absolute. Eric Berger seems to think that he's the arbiter of truth now because Boeing's lack of information during the press conferences. Guys, they were very forthcoming with it. They're doing a fault tree analysis. That takes time. It's really hard to do fault tree analysis on a service module that's going 27,500 kilometers an hour around the Earth, and one that you can't get your hands on either. It's really hard to figure that out. To figure out what's going on, it's going to take time. That's what they said. Like, I don't understand. Like, what more information do you want? They're tracing the fault tree. This is not complicated. But everybody seems to think that there's a vacuum of information. And Eric Berger seems to have taken it upon himself to report anonymous sources in lieu of this vacuum of information as what's going on. Like he carries the burden of truth for what's going on with the Starliner mission, which is gross. That's disgusting. It's disgusting behavior. Yeah, I don't appreciate that at all. That's not cool. That's not, like I said, not helping. Not helping at all. Not helping. Hey, Ellisers.
The Eagle has landed.
Okay,
$10.
maybe now I'll attach a message. AA.
It didn't pick it up. Double A dono right there. Thanks, Ellisers. And thanks, guys, for making sure the TTS works. I appreciate it. We can talk more about that during Space News. Yeah, it's Grab Shark, like, it's okay. Like, I don't even mind if someone like is biased about something as long as they disclosed it. I'm biased about spaceflight. That's why I argue for NASA, for Boeing, for everybody. Like, I'll argue on everyone's behalf because I think we need more space, not less, right? I always disclose that to you guys. You know, it's very clear that this guy has an axe to grind. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk. Like, I'm not saying don't report it. You report whatever you want. I'm just saying it's not really a good look. I don't think this is the W he thinks it is. Okay. Anyway, with that being said, how do we get rid of this? Can we maybe moving the COM further back to reduce the pitching moment? Well, here's the thing. At 45 degrees, my center of lift is actually out in front. So that tells me that there's something generating body lift here that's creating negative pitch moment. And I really wish we could visualize what this looks like for you guys, but it's hard to say. This is a re-entry capsule. Yeah, Lurstev. Yep. It's a mini shuttle. This is my DART vehicle. It's a mini 5-person spacecraft. It's basically a pod-sized shuttle, like what Dream Chaser or the X-37 or the X-38 would be. It's the capsule. Yep. Rocket Guy, I'm starting to get into my analysis here. So at 30,000 going 1,500 meters a second, at 45 degrees positive angle of attack, we're creating 58,000 kilonewton meters of negative pitching moment here. Something wants to force the nose of this thing down. And obviously, looking at our center of lift, center of mass, that has COL out in front of COM, right? Now, oh, hold on one second. Oh. That's what I mean, Panta. It happens on the daily. EJ just humbled himself. That's what I mean. That's what I mean, dude. You think it's that quote from Shooter, man. The moment you think you got it figured, you wrong. Well, COL is behind COM in this regard here. Still got the shovels, boy. That's right. Press the vessel update button. Well, Metric, this isn't going to give me any useful information, particularly. I mean, it's going to tell me the same thing. At 0 degrees angle of attack, because the vessel is now registered at 45 degrees positive, so 0 it's not going to tell me anything different. That's why pitching the craft doesn't do anything. I just have the craft pitched here. All it did was shift this curve. Let's go 0 to positive 45. All it did was shift the exact same curve. Paper patching, state of the art. Unmarked graves out past Terlingua. Still got the shovels. The lift button at the bottom should highlight any lifting parts. It highlighted the steel panels on my shuttle when I did that, so that's where I came to the belief that it does take into account body lift parts. The antenna? The antenna. Bearing. It's the bearing. Well, this just got a little bit more difficult.
Robert Parker, are you there? That's affirmative.
Oh.
We're gonna give her no space try here. All right, guys, that sounds good. Well, we're gonna try, Bob.
What is that plate rooted to? It's the root part, Hellfish. I'm good right now, W. Thank you. That's cool, man. Yeah. No, I'm good with Kerbal Wind Tunnel. I'll keep that link open though. Don't ever buy it, Loken. They laid off the entire development studio for KSP2. Do not buy it. Ever. 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 And I mean ever. Don't. It's dead. Yeah. Don't buy it, dude. Play KSP1 instead. Get mods. Alright. I need to see it. Guys, I need to see this thing doing its thing. Let me, like, I need it visualized here. Logan, actually, you know the real truth, dude? We don't know if it's dead. We have no idea. They never told us anything. They didn't even say that they were announcing layoffs. We learned about it because in Seattle, where the development studio was, they have to announce layoffs a certain time in advance. So, yeah, we actually don't know what happened. We have no idea. We know that the dev studio got laid off, and there's been no update since, and they haven't said anything. It's, yeah, quite a disservice, if you ask me, to the developers, to us as a community, content creators. It's, yeah, messed up. Don't buy it. There is no Starliner fiasco, Boutsy. Stop spreading that crap. I'm dead serious. Dude, stop. Just stop. There's no Starliner fiasco. They're tracing a fault tree. It's not rocket science. To understand that fault tree analysis takes time. This is getting ridiculous. I'm frankly getting annoyed, and I really am getting pissed off at the people that are perpetuating this nonsense like what you just did. All right. Okay. We should probably plug it in. That would probably help. Probably plug that in. Probably a good idea. Gotta give the computer a quick restart, dude. You fully explained it during Flame Trench. Yep. I did. Give me 1 second. Camera. Yeah, Hokey, it's disgusting. It's disgusting, and I will not be a part of it. No respect for the craft, dude. Really, no respect for the craft. It's really, really annoying. And I think it's borderline disrespectful. I really don't like it. Like, really don't like it. It's disgusting behavior. Alright, let's load up KSP again. "85 Again" by Robert Parker in Maine. It's a great song. I don't know, Boxy. I don't know. I wouldn't worry about it. World's gonna end tomorrow. Yeah. Talk about the Axiom crew. Yeah, we talked about them on Space News on Thursday. That was DM2, Tigris. Yeah, Element X or Twitter or whatever you want to call it. I don't really care. It's a, you know, despite all the nonsense, it's actually a really good place to learn information, but you pay a price for getting the information. It's like when if you're mining steel, right, or mining iron ore. To get iron out of the ground, out of an iron ore vein, you have to boil it off. You have to melt it down in a crucible to get to the iron to make steel. Twitter's the same way. There are nuggets of great information and great insight into the aerospace industry, into news, into anything you really want. But you have to wade through and boil off a bunch of bull crap to get to it. It's always been that way, guys. It's not pre or post Elon acquisition. It's always been like that. It's just, yeah, you have to pay a pretty hefty toll to get at that information. Oh, neat, Endo. Cool. The zoo metaphor works perfectly still. I've said that, yeah. I said that well before Elon acquisition, man. Twitter's a zoo. You go there, you look at the exhibits, you be entertained by the exhibits, you don't jump into the lion's pit. That's incredibly stupid. Me, I have to. Because I'm social media. You have to. Like, I gotta keep my presence up online, which is... That's a thing. All right, so the wind tunnel testing is telling us that the fairing is what's pulling us in certain... Let's go to AOA curves, pitching torque, dry. Let's go 25 kilometers up at 1,500 meters a second. And then we need to set our gaps here. 0 degrees angle of attack to 45 degrees angle of attack. Yeah, see, this number needs to be up here. The closer I can get this line to the top of the screen, the better. And I'm not sure how we're gonna get Kerbal to do that. The thing that's irking me right now is the look how good Raptor 3 is all other companies cope. Rocket Guy, once again, it goes back to people having no respect for the craft. It pisses me off. I don't like it. Now, most of them is just kids making jokes, but no respect for the craft. It's a slap in the face to the people that actually build this stuff. It's annoying, and it's been wearing on me a lot lately. Maybe I have a little bit of cynicism because of the Viper news. I've been a lot more candid with my explanations about what's going on with NASA since then because it's annoying, but I never disrespect the people that make the stuff, the hardware itself. In fact, hardware is a good indicator of people that don't have their head up their culo in the aerospace engineering industry. You know, we have B4, oxygen-rich methane stage combustion cycle, Raptor full flow stage combustion cycle, and these are two engines that spaceflight fanatics would have dreamed about 20 years ago. Having two companies doing something like this, and somehow we're finding a way to point flaws out with that? That's hilarious. Okay. Sure. And you know what the funniest thing about this whole thing, Rocket Guy, is? One last thing, guys, before we jump back in. You know what the funniest thing about this? All these people that are dumping on the B4, their jaws are going to drop when New Glenn lands. And they'll be the biggest fanboys around. It's hilarious. I've predicted this behavior to a T. I predicted it with the topical reporter that we're talking about, you know. He's going to be the biggest dick about Artemis 1 launching until it launches, and then he's going to turn into the biggest fanboy, and that's exactly what happened. Easy to see. And he's going to be the biggest, he's being a jerk about Starliner right now. Well, guess what? When Starliner comes back down and lands, he's going to be like, oh, I never doubted him for a second. Watch. Actually, to be 100% honest, what he's probably going to say is, the guy's probably going to write an article about how Starliner was successful, but at what cost? He's probably going to write a bull crap article like that. It's going to be full of praise, and then it's going to bring up non sequitur points about the space program, indicating that he has no idea how any of this works. I mean, that's most likely what's going to happen. And the end result of the article is basically going to imply that Dragon is infinitely superior in every way. Yep. Watch. Mark this statement. Right now, August 5th, 2024. Mark it. When Starliner comes back down. We'll see. Flip it. I'm serious. I have very high confidence in what I'm saying. Let's hope I don't get humbled. Yeah, he always does that, dude. Anytime somebody that's not SpaceX has success, he'll say, wow, this company was super successful. Great job, guys. But, you know, I can't help but think that if it was on SpaceX, it would, you know, would have been better. Every time, like clockwork. Watch. Yeah, he's got a book to sell. Yeah, if you follow his journalism, I got a bridge to sell you. Anyway, so the fairing seems to be the source of our body lift problems here. The only thing I can think of doing here that would make the most sense is to make a fuselage double fairinged, and I'm not sure how well Kerbal's aerodynamics are going to understand that. People are making jokes about Raptor 3 versus BE4. Lava, don't give it the mental bandwidth that it doesn't deserve, frankly. And I just happen to need a bridge. How much? Okay, guys, this wind tunnel data is telling us that the fairing is causing a lot of problems. Now, why did I make this into a fairing? The original idea for DART was that it was basically a fairing from the rocket that was designed to deliver it. The fairing shape of DART was basically the fairing shape from my Freedom 7 rocket, give or take. I modified the fairing a little bit, made it a little more cylindric, and made the base plate. I made the base plate of the vehicle right here of DART able to be reattached to an upper stage. That's why we have a docking port back there instead of a decoupler. So the idea is that you could land DART, pick it up with a crane, stack it back on top of a second stage, and launch it again. It's fully reusable. That's the whole idea. So the whole idea behind putting a plate back here was to do exactly that. Now, that plate, our payload attachment fitting, so to speak, seems to be the problem here. That's what's giving us some hell here during landing, or during this part of the flight regime. Basically, what's happening is if we do this, right, and we tilt this up at 45 degrees, it would seem like our center of lift is out in front of our center of mass, and this thing is going to want to flip up. But the wind tunnel and a flight test from Friday basically says it's going to do the opposite of that. Yeah, that's bad. That architecture was peak content, by the way. Everybody seems to like it in retrospect. Nice 95. Actually, I've gone back and looked. The articles that he wrote in the early 20-teens were about actually Dude, the first article I read from him was from 2015, and it was something about how Blue Origin has no idea what they're doing. Something like that. Yeah. It was basically, why are we giving contracts to Blue Origin? We could just give them to SpaceX. If I'm remembering right, I'd have to go back and look. But yeah, whatever. Guys, I don't want to talk about it. We'll talk more about it, and you'll hear a nice big old explanation of what's going on and a rant from me about it during Space News, okay? This is misleading, though. Keep in mind you're seeing the line relative to an already 45-degree AOA, so yeah, that's 45 to 90 because we're 45 degrees offset. So in order to see this line correctly, we'd need minus 45 to 45. Minus 45 in this particular graph would be, that's 0. That's 45 degrees, and that's 90 degrees. It's interesting in this model, Rocket Guy, now that I changed some parameters around how it's pointing at the fairing. So once again, what I was getting at here, guys, is that this looks like we should be making positive pitch moment. It's going to want to bring the nose up because my center of lift is in front of my center of mass, right? But the fairing is generating so much lift, right? And how would it be generating lift in this regard? It would be generating lift this way. Generating lift behind the center of mass that it ends up moving my center of pressure over here somewhere. Yeah. Body lift is very prevalent in high altitudes and velocities. That is why you can't use the stock overlay. Yep. Yeah, exactly. See, look, so the wings are partially tinted. They're a little bit green, but it's not as much as the fairing. The fairing is really throwing my center of lift out of whack here. Now I'm trying to think what could we do to get around this. I don't want to include the fairing the reason why I don't want to do that is because it's already including here, and what am I going to include the payload fairing with? We got to also remember that this is a vehicle attachment point. This is where it attaches to the rocket. Like, that's a critical piece here from the Freedom rockets. Now, I don't know if I necessarily want to change that. Hey, Baldman, I'm working on using a mod called Kerbal Wind Tunnel to test out to check the aerodynamics for my vehicle during re-entry, so it does what I want. Yeah, it's not doing what I want right now. And we'll figure it out here. Now, let's check something. Like, what happens if we did something like this? Just out of curiosity. So let's go 0 to 45. 5. Use panels to reduce drag somewhere else to counteract it. Yes. Panel tessellation on the front is good. This is Robert Parker, Tigris. This is the song we're listening to is called Seasons of Lust. Electron recovery, Squish, I don't think they're doing anything with it because they're focused. They're all in on neutron. Yep. Build it from scratch and remove the fairing. No. No, the fairing is, once again, it's a critical interfacing point, dude. It needs... I can't really change it. The other thing I was thinking about, so what are our options here? We can move the wings forward. Move the wings forward. Another option would be to tessellate the front. Put some panels up on the front, but that's screwing our Delta V already. The easy thing to do, this is a master design. Let's go into testing design. Thing to do here would be to take the wings or ugh. Why are the wings so thick? Re-entry vehicle? More wing can flux more heat. It's not a re-entry capsule, it's a re-entry vehicle, dude. This thing is designed to come back and land on the runway. It's a mini shuttle. Way too much, way too far forward. Negative incidents or positive incidents on the wing, Rocket Guy? Because they're already tilted up a little bit. Or pitch up positive. They already have a little bit heat in. Update vessel. Fine. We can get those wings up in front like that. Hang on. But now we have another problem. The other problem is that. That. So, Jack, what this is going to do is basically it's going to want to sit at about 36 and it's just going to do this. It'll just stay like, it'll start waving because it'll be going back and forth and 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 back. See what I'm talking about? The SAS will try to compensate, try to get it to here. It'll overcorrect, and then it'll try to get it here, and then it'll overcorrect and go back and forth and back and forth. That's going to create a compounding loop. I'm almost positive of that. What was fixed since the orbital test last week? What do you mean what was fixed? I don't understand. I haven't done anything. I'm doing analysis right now to understand how this thing flies better. We had a serious nose down pitching moment last time we had to deal with Dart. Last time we did that test on Friday. I'm trying to figure out ways to compensate for that. It'll want to nose over past this. If we go 45 to 90, past 45, you got a bad problem. Yeah. Let's try going back a little bit. Big vessel. .36 shows the point of instability. So any pitch up will increase the pitching up moment. So SA should be stable up to 36 degrees. Yeah. Yeah, I got it. Hey, Rocket Guy, I mean, I have an interesting question. Do we know if the shuttle did something like this? The shuttle is pretty neutral from what I understand. Like, it... God, it just makes me respect that piece of equipment even more. It's ridiculous that they were able to get that stable. Right? Because theoretically, the shuttle has you have varying angle of attack relative, right, to leeward velocity during a shuttle reentry, right? And all during that time, yes, you would create pitching moment in certain scenarios, but it can't be that high. The RCS can clearly compensate for it enough, right? Those RCS, the RCS thrusters aren't that powerful. That's the thing. Like, a lot of people don't know that the shuttle didn't even use its forward RCS during reentry. I actually learned that when I was reading the Columbia Accident Investigation Board. I didn't know that. The shuttle's back thrusters were on during reentry, and the front ones weren't, because you don't want to outgas a thruster into a plasma lake. It's pretty ridiculous, man. Like, it's... Think of how payload messes everything up. It doesn't with the shuttle's design. The shuttle didn't have as much up mass as it does down mass because it has a rearward biased center of mass. I mean, dude, it's frankly impressive. It's impressive. It's impressive that they did this with wind tunnels and slide rules. Basic computational analysis. It's ridiculous. That's absolutely insane. Yeah, I know about the body flap, but I'm not sure how we can incorporate the body flap into this design, Octolux. Why is everything insane? Because it's an adjective I use to describe very good computational analysis because my stupid brain can't understand it, Jim. It's called hyperbole. Do you need a definition on that one too? Let me know. I got you. I know, Luiso, I'm just not sure we're going to get the deflection that we're looking for here with this. Does the smaller mass of your craft make it more aerodynamically sensitive? Depends. It depends where you know, how much deflection are you making? Where's your craft supposed to be, etc., etc. Like, where are you trying to get it? What are you trying to get it to go? Like, is it a re-entry vehicle? Is it designed to fly? Is it an airliner? If we deploy this down, bring that back up, update the vessel, apply. Yeah, Ryo, it's exclamation point KSP mods. KSP1 mods. It's in the chat over there, dude. I don't know anything about Jarvis and Bren. No clue. Balance of pitch down from center of mass, center of lift, offset, and pitch up from aero effect is core to static pitch stability and is what sets your cruise speed at specific altitudes. Okay? See what happens if we try to mimic it. Update vessel. Row. 5. Fly. Close. Yeah. Significant reduction if we move a control surface similar to the body flap. Shuttle was statically stable and used the body flap to set trim condition. That's what I'm after, Rocket Guy. I don't want my control surfaces being used as a stability assist. The control surfaces shouldn't be what we need to do to adjust the torque, adjust the pitching torque, right? Control surfaces are used for control. They're used to steer. That's like saying I'm going to use the rudder on a ship to make the ship go straight. If you're using the rudder to make the ship go straight, something's wrong. Same thing with an airplane. Like, for instance, if you're driving a car down the road and the wheel is 45 degrees to the right and you're going straight, something is very broken. You know what I mean? Same thing with airplanes. It's just hard to kind of wrap your mind around that. It's easy to explain it when it's a car. I need this pitching torque to be pretty static. And it's interesting because with our upward deflection right here on the control surface, if we taking that into account, it does pretty much what I want. That should be enough right there to set this, right? To that 43, we almost half the amount of negative pitch moment during re-entry that's happening here. But I don't want control surfaces being the one that makes the thing that makes this fly correctly. It should just fly correctly, and the control surface should be used to steer. You know what I mean? Or trim out payloads. Just, there's a bunch of different ways to solve this problem. Just thinking about what path do we want to go down. Yeah, see? Oof. Yeah, there you go, Hatchet Man, right? You don't get, if your steering wheel's to the right, at worst, your toe is all screwed up, or your tie rods are shot, right? Like, believe me, I'm dealing with figuring that all out right here with this thing. I put coilovers in this car, aftermarket control arm, fully adjustable. Everything's fully adjustable. The spring is the only thing that isn't. So yeah, Hatchet Man, I'm learning all about that fun. And then this has a, inner and outer tie rods with a jam nut and a joint in the center. So, you know, oh, it's fun. Yeah, that's learning all about that. That's a good time. Real good time. So yeah, I'm with you. That's what popped into my head, you know, like if the steering wheel's to the right, something's probably wrong. Can we look at your shuttle's pitching torque versus AOA curve to establish a baseline because it's interesting? Yeah, sure. Make the whole wing a flap? It's not really what I'm after either, guys. Is doing the space equivalent of understeer. Yeah, if you want to call it that, sure. That's really bad, guys. We're making 1.5 meganewtons of positive pitching moment. But then again, the shuttle did do that. Turns out when you have a big flat belly blended wing lifting body surface, you're going to create an insanely high positive AOA, which is probably why the shuttle has its body flap to compensate. And it's not anything we didn't know. No payload in there, right? Yep. Let's see what happens when we deploy this down 10 degrees, right? Update. And then set this 0 to 45. Tap doesn't work. Yeah, look at how much it minimized it. It halved it by just a 10 degrees downward pitch. Yeah, the flap's there for payload trimming. See, that's a glaring thing with the shuttle. Yeah. The flight envelope is similar, but that's not like the real one. Took me a long time, Steph. Don't worry. Yeah, it took me a week to get those panels right. A week streaming like 10 hours straight. But look at it, man. This shuttle flies pretty damn good. But clearly our aero model is not exact. It's not exactly the same to the real one. This was about a year and a half ago. This was about as close as I could get to the shuttle, to the real one. But the thing is that per the Kerbal Wind Tunnel, we could get it flying even better. There's so much to improve here. Yeah, it's got a robotic arm. It can deploy payloads just like the real one. All the antennas are in the fuel cells, and the life support systems are in the same spots. They're in the spots as the real, same spots as the real one. Kerbal Wind Tunnel, Jesse. Yeah, it's a great mod. How are we gonna get after that fairing, dude? Yo, Crane, what's good? I switched back, Aqualex. I don't know. I'd have to go look. That wasn't that good for the shuttle, to be honest with you. The shuttle doesn't do that. So the shuttle, okay, and this is what I mean about that vehicle being a masterpiece. So the shuttle can sit there and it'll have a similar control system. Like you'll have the same effective control, 20 degrees going Mach 25, 30 degrees going Mach 20, 45 degrees going Mach 15, right? 45, you get all the way up, it'll handle exactly the same, which is, that's wild. We're about to see how difficult that is to actually do. It's very, it's crazy. That's some really good engineering. You can ride the shuttle by feel. It's been done, Steb. It's actually really easy to control. They manually flew it down on STS-2. Joe Engel and Richard Trulli on STS-2 flew the only fully manual descent of the space shuttle ever attempted. It was to test to make sure that they could. Yeah, flew it all the way down by feel. Well, you can't really fly it by feel because it's fly-by-wire, but nice 95. That's great. It's wild. It's a wild shape, dude. It's like Jimmy Hunter flying the space shuttle, flying it down by hand, actually flying something with a flight stick going Mach 25. It's pretty impressive, dude. Pretty impressive. You feel it in the butt dyno. It felt something on STS-2, dude. It's falling with style. That's right. Now, it's flying when you're going Mach 20 at 300,000 feet. It's falling with style when you're at 10,000 feet going like, I don't know, 300 miles an hour. That's when it falls in style. The shuttle flies great during re-entry. Flies great. It's that whole after re-entry part where it flies like poo-poo. It basically falls down to the runway and at the last second pulls up and lands. That's the falling with style part. That's something that's important to understand. Shuttle was never, it's only designed to fly down here good enough to land once. That's it. That's all it needs to be. It doesn't need to be doing maneuvers down here. It's designed to fly up there and be very controllable at Mach 20. That's where it flies extraordinarily well. Boomer man flies like a moron. Can flags do arrow? If you set the flag to a panel shape, sure. Yes, they can. They're physics-less if they're set like that, but if you set them to white panel like that, then yeah, sure, of course they can. Chariot of fire. Stev, the way I describe it is that the shuttle surfs a wave of plasma coming down from the surface, to the surface. It surfs a freaking wave of fire. That's the right way to say it. Use flags as test pieces. No, I'm debating redesigning Yard completely. That's actually what I'm thinking. Not the fuselage. Not anything else. I'm thinking the fuselage could do with a good redesign there. I'll tell you what I mean by that in a moment. So, okay, a moment's up. Rocket Guy, are you here, buddy? And everybody else for that matter? Anybody that's gonna help me with feedback for this? You guys here? Just listen up for a second. This is the important thing. Okay. All right. So, what if we took, obviously our fairing, the fairing end plate is creating a lot of motion. It's a motion we don't want. Right? It's not a lot of motion. It's creating a lot of moment. And that's the big thing. We could sit here trying to redesign, try to balance the wing, etc., etc. We could do that till we're blue in the face. There's a better way to do this. So what if we took a fairing like this, right? Right, just took a fairing like that. Then we took another fairing. Like that. And we combine them together. If we have the intersection point of our two fairing plates on the center of mass, that will really fix a lot of problems. How much mass does this method add? I don't know. We'd have to do some analysis on it for sure. A double fairing would adjust this point here. It would basically, doing this over what we have here, with this design, this thing basically works like, it wants to fly like a bullet. Because it thinks that, Kerbal thinks that that's the front and that's the back, and it sees the wings there, but it doesn't really treat this like a fuselage. If we did double fairings like that, it would treat it more like a fuselage. Hey, Gibbons, thanks for the raid, man. What's up, Gibbons Raiders? How you doing? Gibbo, what were you up today? What were you up to today, dude? I have to dash to a huge plate of pasta. Good enough for me, man. Thank you very much for the raid. You have a good night, okay? I mean, I don't know what you want, what range you want changed here. I did that for my DCX vehicle, if I recall correctly, to help it flip and land easier. Just be careful of placement, since you don't want to cause this to be unstable, or at least too unstable. Shuttle was a little unstable at high Mach above 40,000 feet and had to continually push the nose down with RCS. Yeah, Rocket Guy, there's always going to be a trade-off, obviously. Always going to be a trade-off. You're going to trade stability up there for instability down, well, you're going to trade instability up there, so being able to fly well up here for not. Like the shuttle flew great up there, it flew crappy down here, and there's always going to be an intersection point between where it's good and then it's not good and it's good again, right? Like, Anyway, guys, give Mr. Gibbons a follow. He's a good streamer. Streams a lot of the same style of games that we do. Yeah, give him a shout out, mods. Thank you. Yeah, give him a follow. He's a good dude. Won't steer you wrong. Say hello to your mother for me, okay? What we're working on in here is I have a new mod for Kerbal called Kerbal Wind Tunnel. It's new to me. It's not a new mod in general. And I'm using it to do analysis on this vehicle that I could never really get working right. And I'm basically doing a lot of math, and there's a lot of weird numbers, etc., to try to see if we could get it to fly right. That's what I'm really trying to figure out here. So we do that double fairing. What does that look like? What does this design look like? So right now, how does the shuttle fly in critical flight condition during subsonic runway approach? My shuttle or the one in real life? This shuttle, okay. Give me 1 second. Cygnus did its burns. Good. Explain the benefit of 2 fairings. The short answer, Chief, is the game will... Oh, I lost all my damn Space News links because I restarted the computer. Crap. Probably some Control-Shift-T action. Oh, nice. I got them back. Yeah, that worked. Control-Shift-T saves the day. Mr. Dick. Yeah, so unstable. It doesn't feel like it is, though, Rocket Guy. Like... Boy, we have a lot to learn, don't we? I mean, you dialed in 250 at 100. I don't think it's going to be much different. Yeah, nose really wants to go up, huh? Thinking, dudes, I'm thinking. How the heck are we gonna fix this? We're looking at graphs! That's right. Pump it, pump it, pump it. Alright. How much fuel would you need added as a header tank? I do not want header tanks. We're not doing a propulsive landing, so landing with fuel and using it as ballast homing is really not what I'm trying to accomplish here. That's... I was really kind of hoping we wouldn't have to do this, but yeah, let's start messing with this. Hold on, let me think. Do I want to? Do I want to make it a two-seater? I don't know. Guys, the more and more I think about this, the more and more I think we should build a new fuselage. Depends on your payload orbit and range constraints. What is the mass limit? You telling me my stakeholder expectations for my craft is kind of funny. Also, no, it doesn't. This is just a passenger vehicle, so the payload isn't going to get. It's going to be a couple of Kerbals maximum. This is a pod. It's a crew-rated. Think of it as a pod with wings, basically. It's a little tiny shuttle. Range constraints, I need to have pretty damn good cross-range capability because if we're going to put Dart into some type of mission mode save, I need to get this back to the runway. In fact, being okay with the fact that it might not get back to the runway is not cool. Yeah, we all saw how Dart recovery has gone for me in the past. Yeah, all right, let's get a jig set up here. Yeah, but it was such good entertainment. All right. I hate this. I hate doing this. This is always such a pain in the butt, but I always find a good reason to do it, and then we end up doing it anyway. It's just the fact that it's going to take a second to figure out how to get the right shape and stuff. Suck. Let me think. How are we going to do this? I'm trying to think about how. I know what I want to do. We're gonna do the cross fairing, and I'm gonna put the two fairing design instead of a single fairing design. I'm gonna put that into. We're gonna make a shape, and then we'll wind tunnel test it, and then we'll add wings slowly. We'll use analysis in the wind tunnel every time when we add a component, just to make sure it's working how we think. I actually fixed a good deal of things with it homing. The pitching moment during re-entry is the last thing, but unfortunately the last thing, everything else to get it to work right has basically been a band-aid fix. I'm not sure what total mass limit is, Ren. That would probably be a good idea to get some good stakeholder expectations, but you know, we might. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what would be. I don't know what my mass constraint would be because I don't know what rocket this is going to launch on. I would say as long as it doesn't go over 18 tons, I should have multiple launch vehicles that can launch it. MLV, Jebstone 4 could definitely do it. What's Dart's original mass? Hold on. Let's take the thing we were just messing with. What is the mass of this? 6.2 tons. This thing looks so freaking cool. It's just the arrow coming off the back of this is no good. And if we're gonna go redesigning the root part of this entire thing, we might as well start over. I would like to shoot for around the same, Hellfish, believe it or not. Condor could do it. Yeah, I mean, they all could. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? Give me this. And we'll use this to set up some constraints here. We'll get the rulers out and stuff and make this work right. Alright, I like using these trusses as jigs to make certain pieces on. Alright, let's go down here like this. And now we'll get my ruler transform here. For my ruler piece. I'm thinking. How did I do this before? How did I do this with Star Reaper? I'm reset. I'm basically making a template to get some of the original dimensions for a dart, so we have some good expectations. Now, this one is not really exactly what we want. I'm just trying to get, more or less, get our profile here, and I'll tell you why in a second. So, give me this piece right here. Get a cube octag, and we'll make a couple of rulers here. I'm going to use my letter flags pack here. Our ruler. Now, save. I'm good, Forge. How are you? I'm using these struts to basically calipers to get dimensions. I'm trying to find the end of the flange plate right here. So my payload attachment. because I would like this redesigned shape to be a similar size. This is a nice, easy size, easy shape to move around. All right, so that's one. Now we take the same dang thing. Take that. Rotate it upright. Put this down in a position like this. Basically line that up to the nose cone. Now, why did I put it on all this, and why do I have a component named R here? What the heck's that about? In case you were wondering, this makes it so if I select that fuel tank and rotate it out of the way, we rotate the rulers out of the way, similar to toggling a visibility layer in Maya, Blender, or Photoshop. Yeah, it's just a trick way of doing it in KSP. Now, in terms of the rulers, those are just cubic octag struts with like just struts connecting them. You can use them to make different things. This is just a playlist that I put on YouTube. It's not the regular playlist that I've heard that I usually have. Now, on top of dimensions, these are not the exact wings from Dart. Just keep that in mind. They're not the exact ones. So, I am going to change them. I don't really need necessarily a wingspan here. I know it's really not going to be too incredibly much. What I'm really after here is the profile line. So I'm going to move that. I'm going to get it aligned here to... I'm going to move this down here like that. And I'm going to get it aligned to where a 1.8 meter fairing would be built from, right there. So that's what we want. Now, move that all the way over here, just so it's out of the way. Now, take the second one. Might need to move this up here like this. We're going to need probably more profile lines, so let's just add more rulers and struts. You know, regular Kerbal players add more boosters. I add more rulers. What I'm going to do now, you know how much delta V you need? Yes. For low Earth orbit operations, you should need a good amount. Now take that. Move it over there. Those two are actually super close. It's a very slight profile curve there, so we'll just leave that like that. And then rotate this down in a position like that. Put that through there. And now adjust this. Breeze on the phone. What's up? You're on stream. Check the mudroom. Check the bedroom. Also check under the couch. I found a harness under there the other day. Found it? Okay. You got the doggy harness. Bye-bye. Love you. Nosegate is eliminating her sound. I understand. That's why I'm repeating what she's saying. She was looking for the doggy harness. Get rid of that. Take my ruler lines. Make them go up a little bit higher. Now what I'm going to do is set this as the root part. And bye-bye. Now we have more or less the profile of the old vehicle. The profile line is there. Easy. Titans mythologically don't stay harnessed for very long. That's a good point. All right. Check out your Ike lander. Nice. Looks good, dude. All right, so we have the back end. We have pretty much the exact distances for where we need to set these fairings up. So let's go in here like this. And we need two 175 fairings. Or 125 fairings. One of them needs to be backwards. The other one needs to be forwards. Now, we're trying to get... Oh, I should have marked the center line. That's alright. It'll be okay. Now, I want to take this fairing, and I'll tell you why in a second. And I want to... that. How do I do this? Now what we got to do is set what the front of this vehicle looks like. Now before I used this. Now what I'm going to do, again, is get another ruler. We're going to attach this to our ruler layer, so to speak, like that. And what I need to do is mark the point where the fairing, this fairing shape stops. See that? No, that's not exact. That's pretty close. That's close enough. Cool. And then we'll mark absolute 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And we move this. All right, now take the pod, attach the pod to it. Tessa, one of my moderators, figured out using the rulers. Are you talking about the fairing trick? In this particular case, I have two fairings clipped inside each other in the very center of the vehicle, Wally. That's going to move the lift, the center of lift of my fairing fuselage shape to the center of the vehicle where it should rightly be. Hey, Urban, thanks for the raid. We're basically gonna fool Kerbал's aerodynamics here into making this fuselage fly correctly, like how it would in real life. Hey buddy, how's it going? It's going, man. Just doing some dart redesign. Oh. Hey.
I'm not leaving him here. Jack got all excited when I said I was putting this on.
Hi, Ken. Come here, buddy. Come on up here. Hi. How you doing? Hi. This is my blood. Good boy.
We're gonna try to go get his nails trimmed, but
All right.
I don't know how well it's gonna go. Come on, buddy. Let's see. He is a good boy. Did he go number 2 this morning?
Yep. With how much spaghetti I gave him, I would hope so. All right. Cool.
Alright.
All right. See you guys. Have fun.
Help you.
Love you too.
Ha.
Impact. See you later, baby. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Contact light. Contact confirmed. This is cool. So is what I'm doing on the screen, dude. Did I see the Urban Venture raid? Yeah, I did. You're cool too. Oh, thank you. Alright, so now, shut that fairing out. Now here's what we do. Take this. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, baby. Take the whole thing. And just line it up with the profile line. How's that, huh? Pretty cool, right? Yeah, radio, that's right. I'm using cubic octags with a strut connecting them as a ruler. I'm using them as a template. This is picking up on the dimensions of my old vehicle, the vehicle that I'm trying to redesign. I called it the HL30 as a kind of a homage to NASA's lifting body program. This is the HL40. I'm trying to fix the problems that we encountered with it. So now let's start playing. Ready? Let's see what happens when we bend that down 5 degrees. What is this? Let's see if we can just play and put that thing in position. Worst comes to worst, take the command pod and replace it. Oh, hey. Well, that wasn't very nice. You used me for land development. That wasn't nice.
Robert Parker, are you there?
That's affirmative.
Well, we're going to give her the old space try here.
All right, guys, that sounds good.
Reload should bring it back, but yeah, I wasn't too happy with it in general, Rocket. And then if we, just for now, if we put that nose cone on there, yeah, pretty much where we needed to be. It's not exact. I actually have to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I gotta re-sculpt that front fairing a little bit. Now, why am I breaking it down into 2 fairings? Just in case anybody was wondering. The reason why I'm doing this is so we can get it. We can get the aerodynamics to work better. Before, I had 1 fairing at the back, and it was just connected to the front. What that does is that tells Kerbal that that fairing is the back of the vehicle and kind of makes it aerodynamically fly like a, well, like a payload fairing. It makes it fly like a bullet. So if you want to attach stuff to the sides, it's not really going to understand that it's one like shape. It's going to be like it's going to act like a bullet with like maybe some wings attached to the side. It doesn't pick up that it's a fuselage, right? Doing the double fairing is going to basically fool KSP into understanding that this is not just a payload fairing with a cockpit attached to the front, and it'll have all the lift and drag generated at the very back of the vehicle. This makes it so the fairing generates body lift in the same way a biconic reentry vehicle would. How far did you get with the X30? No further than what you saw the other day. So you decided on the single-seater capsule. Well, that's what we had before. I mean, we could... Chief, I kind of want this. A 2-seater would be cool, but incorporating this shape in might be a little bit troublesome. Namely in getting our shape right. It would be hard to get that shape correct. Hey Baron, what's going on? How are you? So can I ask you something about KSP if possible? I've been rewatching some of your VODs over the past week and it got me back into KSP 1. I have a small problem I could share a link. Yeah, mods get permission, give Baron permission. And then, yeah, we'll go from there. You know what this ended up looking like? It ended up looking like a Gemini capsule. Yeah, Baron, go ahead and post it. Rocket Guy gave you permission. You got 60 seconds, dude, so post it quick. Just got back to the game and I think it updated itself in the background and it shows this problem at startup. I've never seen this before. I don't know. I can help you troubleshoot vehicles and stuff in KSP. I'm not sure how good at KSP tech support I am. Mods. This is a mod problem. Yeah, you have conflicting mods somewhere. Yeah, you're gonna have to go sifting through your mods and figure out what's causing that. I'm gonna go ahead and guess it's KSP recall because it says it. You got me thinking, should we do a two-seater or not? I don't know. The two-seater basically makes it a little bit harder to make a biconic re-entry vehicle on this design. I mean, but now would be the time to experiment with it if we were going to. These things home need to be. Yeah, this edge down here is going to be hard to blend. That's going to make it... It's going to complicate our wing design. That's what I'm worried about, guys. Like, if I could just cut this piece off right here, then we'd be okay, but... You know what? We have our profile lines, and this didn't take too long to make, so... That's why I like doing that. Just in case anybody was wondering. Watching back some of the road trip, we really are idiots, but man, was it fun. Okay, so now we got to adjust our profile curves around doing this, so... No, no good. Screwed up my rulers and the struts.
class. Mirrored symmetry. Mirror symmetry, the Mark 1 capsule, and make it wider. We're already going to have enough problems trying to get this thing aerodynamic. Getting Kerbal to understand this aerodynamically. I really don't want to do that. No, King, that's cool though. No, not necessarily, Ren. We could use panel tessellation here. It's just we have to verify that it works in the wind tunnel. I mean, panel tessellation definitely does something. It made the shuttle fly okay. Just yeah, something to take into account. Posted something under aviation in the Discord if you'd like to check it out. It's called Hail Damage. I'm not showing gore on the stream like that.
Either with this shape, we just get a cylinder. It's just a cylinder. We just have a cone and cylinder behind it. That's no good. That's not really what I want. That's... Cygnus will arrive on time according to a new update. Cool. The only... Let me see something. Let's try that, see how that works. So what I'm doing here is I'm scaling up our design. The thing with doing something like this is just because it's twice the volume doesn't necessarily mean it's going to fly the exact same way. That's the tricky thing about aerodynamics. Is that not on an absolute? Nope, it wasn't. All right, hang on. Let me rebuild it. Remove the mods and did them again. The game works now. Great. Tried to fire up Condor 9 and I triggered a Kraken drive. Yeah, right, Duckers? You ain't kidding. I'm using fairings to sculpt out the fuselage of the shuttle that I want to mess with. The idea here is that I need to do 2 fairings inside out to get Kerbal to understand that I'm trying to make a shuttle fuselage out of this. This is going to be for a re-entry vehicle that I'm working on, something that comes back down from space. That was my original design. This would basically be the one that we started with the double fairing hull, but I'm experimenting here with a 2-seater, using the 2-seater cockpit from Making History, which is supposed to be a Gemini capsule, right? It's funny because it ended up looking like Big Gemini. Yeah, combine those 2 together. Take this and move it back into. Yeah, move it back into position. On Kerbal X, maybe, Baron, yeah. Well, Pepines with this and wind tunnel, you're in for a pretty good treat here. My only big gripe with this is that I can't change the color on that pod. You can set the color on the smaller ones. You can change their design so it fits the fairing better, but make the fairing darker. Now, what I'm doing here in my head, guys, is I'm kind of weighing where we should go with this. And what I mean by that is, excuse me. Give me 1 second. What I mean by that is I'm trying to figure out a way to say this, what's in my head. This takes a second always. I think the Gemini thing would be a good clean space target, not a space plane. Nope. Nope. Out of my scope. Nope. That's not what I'm trying to do here. I'm gonna keep the nose cone pointy like that. No, but with this, we are afforded other options here. Like, I'm not sure how well Kerbal's gonna play with this, but
Bear with me. It looks so sad. It looks so sad. Look at how sad it looks. The vibe. Yeah. No. I know. That's just not the blunt nose that I'm looking for. But there's no 675 blunt nose here. There's only that pointy one. That's no good. There is another thing that we could do. It's awful. Use a heat shield. I don't really want a heat shield to be at the front of the plane like that. Yeah, I heard about this already today or night. You could get tweak scale. No. No, I'm not doing that.
You got a chance to see the M2F3 lifting body at Ubarhazy's restoration hangar recently. Super airly and looking craft. Yeah, the lifting body. Yeah. Those really early lifting bodies, like the X-24. Yeah. Yeah. That's what it looked like first, and then they were like, no, make it more pointy. Now, that's not the M2F3. The X-24 was part of a program with program that NASA was looking at to make lifting bodies. Basically doing the exact same thing we're doing right now. Figuring out different shapes that are stable at different speeds that have no wings. And they did that by making these vehicles. Okay. Want to hear something crazy? They did that by making these vehicles. And no, they didn't do drop tests necessarily with these. They towed this one with a Pontiac Tempest. Actually, it's a GTO, but... Well, it's not a GTO. It would be a Tempest if it's a 63. But, yep. Yep, there was the solution. The solution was to drive in the Tempest because it was the fastest car. Tow this thing out back. And that's exactly what they did. And then they towed it from planes later. Yeah. Cool stuff, man. Yeah, that right there, dudes, is the precursor to the space shuttle, believe it or not. Yep, precursor to the shuttle.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Can we bring back this program? I'd love to cancel it.
What? So messed up. Thank you for the $3, I guess. HL10. Rude, but funny. I mean, I got a snicker out of it. Man, frick you. Now I can't decide which one I want. I like the two-seater, but I like the shape of this one better. This is a little stubby for what it is. But then again, you know, we're looking at all these vehicles here. They're all stubby, except for that one. I don't know what the heck they were thinking with that one. I'll tell you what, looking at this thing, I'll bet you this thing flies very well upside down. Yeah. You want to do a lifting body, you want the top flat, not the bottom. Making the bottom flat is going to make that very susceptible to side slip. Update to Cygnus. It looks like it was software more than hardware. Yeah, we have the update, T-Man. Thank you. Already posted. Oof. Yeah, they went from this, which is pretty good design, to what? Look at the bottom of the pointy one. Also got a chance to stand under the shuttle. It's so much larger than I thought. Shuttles are big. Very big. Yeah. Newsletter, you kind of have an idea for how big it is in your head, and then you go and see it, and it's always bigger than you think. Not much bigger, but you're like, all right, that's bigger than what I thought. Like, it's about 20% bigger than what people think I've found, dude. I've shown a lot of shuttle footage here. I'd say, yeah, 20% bigger. You think you got a good idea of the size, and you go and look at it, and you're like, that's not. Yep, nope, I was wrong. It just felt like we needed a laugh. Nice. Yeah. You looked at the top, not the bottom. Dude, just say what you want me to see, man. I'm having trouble keeping my head here because everybody's saying a bunch of different things. What? I don't know what you want me to see. I can't really see the bottom. You can only see the top in this picture. Unless you want this picture up here. What are we looking at? Bring back the yellow NASA stripe. Upward curve is the back side. Okay. Yeah, so? I understand this, Aqualex. I know. Yeah. Okay. It's a nice picture of Edwards back there, though. Sorry, being scatterbrained. I know what you're talking about. You were telling me this about the shuttle, and I acknowledged it. Yeah, I get it. I know. Dude, what the frick? Dude, I hate this thing. It looks like a shoe. More than what a re-entry vehicle should look like, a shoe. Like, that. You know what I'm trying to say. Alright. Here's what we'll do. Set that as root part. Get rid of the jigs. Then we'll bring this into the tunnel. Make sure we have no wheel authority. I don't want any of that. And this thing does not carry monopropellant. Good. Alright, let's see what this thing does. Update your vessel. Pitching torque. Let's go 25,000 at 1,500. Interesting. Now I want to check something. What I want to check is setting this as the root part. Does that change anything? Ooh. Ah, yeah, the lesser known orbiter, the Space Shuttle Converse.
All right. I want to see. Update the vessel. 0, 45. Apply. Okay. Now reroute that to the cockpit. Update. Twenty kilonewton meters, and we're approaching instability at 45 degrees like this. Really, ideally, it's looking for 35 here. That's with the fairing as the root part. Now, go over here like this, close, set the capsule as our root part. Open this up. Let's just take a point right here. 36. What are we talking about here? Minus 20 at 36 is basically what we're looking at. Update the vessel. Apply that. It's about the same. Okay, cool. It is the same. It's just the different line because of our different parameters. Cool. That's actually going to fly the same no matter what. Good. Good. That's exactly what we want. That is exactly what we want. That's perfect. Can you explain what you're looking at? What this basically is how the vehicle's going to fly when it's taking a belly flop. This is what it's going to look like at 25,000 meters up, going 1,500 meters a second. Kind of garden variety, how fast you'd be going at this altitude with a 36 degree up pitch. So we're up like this. Our angle of attack is up here. That makes 20,000 Newton meters. 20,000 kilonewton meters of downward force. Basically, when you have it like this and you're re-entering, what it wants to nose down. Not a lot. That's not a lot. Dart, what we were just messing with a second ago, was minus 78. So already here, we're seeing dividends with the double fairing shell. See what I'm talking about? Already, this is actually really nice. Isn't setting the fairing basis route one of the ways to do the dragless fairing glitch? I don't think so. I don't think that's going to affect us because I mean, maybe? I don't know. I don't remember how to do those, to be honest with you. Okay, so what I want to do here, just for the heck of it, is take this. Just bear with me here. to. Just say our fuel tanks, thrusters, and everything are back here. I'm just seeing how this is going to change. Update the vessel, 0 to 45. See, balancing out our center of mass eliminated 6. It was at 20, now it's at 14. See what I'm talking about? I think Dart's fairing was the source of all of our problems. Not problems, the source of the instability there. But now we have to really kind of think about this, because that's also how it attached to the rocket correctly and how it was reusable. So we gotta think about this for a second. Non-offensive bits. Thanks, Ren. I also gotta figure out a way to button up that nose. The lower I can get this number, the better this thing will fly during re-entry. Hey, Noobly. All right, so shut that out for a second. Now let's check something. Just gonna take a set of wings. What I want to do with this set of wings is line them up exactly with our center of mass. There. Actually, we're going too far. Let's just put these out here and get them to align. Just like that. So theoretically, you go to turn this and it won't. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. Got that one figured out. Cool beans. Take the fairings also. We want to disable staging. I don't need those. I don't need my fuselage delaminating during re-entry. Really? What's up, Bree? Oh, the dog didn't mind having his nails clipped, guys. That's good. You got him a Game Boy. That's a Game Boy Chewy toy plushie. Okay. Nice. All right. Bye. Love you too. Hey, there was a Game Boy plushie, Chewy, and we bought that because our dog's a gamer. So that really made this bad, to be honest with you. Yeah, that's not good. Everything you're doing is bad. I want you to know this. Yeah, it is Aqualux. That's exactly what we want, actually. I'm just seeing, does that change anything?
So it depends on balancing your requirements. Having this with no wings, which gives little to no pitch torque, means it's very maneuverable, but also your lift to drag should be close to 0, so this won't fly. All a balance, certain difficulty. For sure, man. Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm gaining a lot of respect for this, dude. Very quickly. We're getting humbled again, guys. This is not easy. It's not easy to do. But the mid fairing definitely fixes things. I was just testing with the thicker variant Semcar. I made both designs. I'm curious to see. This is just a wind tunnel testing craft file because the actual file that I have is I made both of them. Yeah, I made both of them. Reminds you of Clipper. It kind of does, yeah, if we gave it those Delta wings, right? And then the, like the HL20 style wings, huh? Here's the actual Dart fuselage. So what I'm going to do, we're going to go in here. No. You're going to add a service module like Shooting Star. I'll get back to you on that one. I brought the original design in here, so yeah, we didn't follow the slope of this at all. Huh. Why didn't I do that? All right, hold on. Oh, we were off by 1 tick. Whoop. Probably should have made sure that we lined it up on the jig correctly. Okay, that's why that didn't look right. Okay, delete, rebuild. Just like that. There we go. Now, let's move this 15 spots back. 1, 2, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And that gets us right lined up. Okay, cool. Perfect. Now take this, build the fairing. Nope. We're lined up on the back piece, right? What I'm trying to do is replicate the exact dark fuselage. I just want to see if this makes that big of a difference comparatively to this. I'm basically going to pluck all the pieces off after we make this fuselage and just put them in their exact spots. And I just want to see what it does. Cool. There we go. This one, we can just move our rulers out of the way. Now we know that that's all in the exact same spots. Nice, scaling it up. That was just a test. It was a test, just to see. I just needed to see how this all applies. Guys, I'm learning. I'm learning about... This is really putting a lot of context into Kerbал's aerodynamics, and I'm kind of testing my ability to know the aero, you know? I'm just curious to see. So now what we really got to do is we got to take all these pieces and make sure they're in the same spot. That might be a little bit on the difficult side, especially with the engine cluster, but gonna need a bulkhead back here to... Actually, you know what? Well... Need something to kind of mimic this. Worried putting an engine plate on it is going to screw with the arrow. Okay, I have another idea. Get rid of this. Cool. Been screwing a little bit with the window shapes. I wanted to make it so you know, like if you're an IBA, you could actually look out the window. There we go. Like I said, I'm just trying to find homes for all these places, all the things here that are here in this design. Are we doing proper space stuff? Sorry, I don't know the correct words. You're the goodest. Thanks, man. All right, Ren, I'll see you at home. Sorry for my bad English. I'm not looking for an apology, man. We're good. Not bad. All right. Well, that's a good start. Let's just, you know, let's go over here. Tunnel testing. Go here. Overwrite. We're gonna set that fairing as root. Get rid of all this other stuff. Save. That's basically the shape for Dart. It's pretty close. With a double fairing though. Looks better without the stripes. Alright, so now let's go in here like this. Let's go 0 to 45. Actually, this thing is great till about 30 degrees, and then it falls off pretty bad. See how I'm with engines accounted for? No, not really. I just wanted to see real quick. Let me place them in their approximates. And then I had a couple of monoprop tanks down here. All right. Pretty good, man. Pretty good. Yeah, double fairing fuselage halved our the negative pitching moment that happens at. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah. It's pretty good, dude. Is our center of lift lined up? At lower altitudes and speeds? I don't know. Yeah, I have to. I'm gonna have to check. Actually, something I really wanted to check is this. Yep, just like before. Yeah, setting route part to that doesn't change anything. What would we want to see? We'd want this line to be shallow-ish and always going down. You don't want it going up. See, this is telling me at 10 degrees angle of attack, it wants to nose up even more. And then when you get past 22, it's gonna want to start nosing itself down. The sweet spot is basically 30. That's the sweet spot. It's pretty good. Alright, now let's... Rocket guy, you wanted to check down here, so let's check 250 meters. This has horrible nose up. Oh. So technically we would want a straight line at 0 torque. Yeah, that would be technically what we wanted to me. The problem is that's nigh impossible. Yeah, that's not. Right now, this thing re-enters great, but it flies like poop down low. The double fairing trick was not the worst idea. I mean, Rocket Guy, I'm actually kind of curious what that's going to do. Like, you said a slight pushback. I mean, what happens if we put the dart wings back to where they were originally, like back in the day? Just actually genuinely curious.
Robert Parker, are you there?
Now let's go back to 25,000
Now, we're going to give her
at 1,500.
space try here.
All right, guys, that sounds good.
Well, we're going to try, Bob.
Same, yeah. What do you think about the RP1 mod in KSP? I think it's great. And this is our, and Rocket Guy, there's our trade-off. Yeah, we're pretty damn, oh, no.
Interesting. At what torque will the plane lose control? No idea. Untested. I'm not sure. I'm sure we can figure it out from the wind tunnel here, but I'm not sure exactly. So no space news. Yeah, sure. Here. All right. Yeah. Give me a second. I'll be back in a little bit. Well, we start up space news.